What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, May 8th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show are the defending champs on the brink. The Boston Celtics and the Florida Panthers both down 0-2 in their second round series. We will recap last night's action in the NBA and NHL playoffs. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian, who recently spoke with Josh Pate of CBS Sports. We'll let you hear from the head coach coming off of Texas spring football. We've got a surprise retirement in the world of college football. We've got Urban Meyer weighing in on what's going on at Michigan. We've got all sorts of fun and buck-ons and buck-offs and plenty to get into, including more unpacking of the Cowboys-George Pickens trade. Yeah, we are locked, we are loaded, and we are ready to roll on a Buck Off Thursday edition of Bucky and BK. Hope everyone's having a fantastic start to their morning. And a buck on to you, my friend. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself today?
Doing great down in H-Town at the parents' place this morning.
Oh, so you've been sitting in the Pop's recliner, huh?
Yeah,
Relax back recliner.
You know what? I'm going to take you for a ride here for a second. Apologies for any dizziness, but
There
there's
it
the
is.
relax the back reclining massage chair at my
Oh,
parents' place. Took a little nappy poo in there yesterday.
knock you out that thing.
I might take a little nappy poo right after the show today.
Now you're talking. Yeah, got a lot
Big
going
time.
on. I need
Mhm.
it. I got a good night's sleep last night. I needed it. Let me tell you, I'm a tired buckaroo. And as Doug Bo Paul said, dude, you better get your rest. Drink a lot of water, get your rest. It's going to be a busy week next week. But I said, you know what? 24 of them, and it always is. What's the big deal? Just get it and get it over with. It's only a day.
Mhm.
It's only a day. It's the lead up that's crazy. Once the day comes, it's a lot of fun. But for the 24th annual Mullet Open, it's almost like I'm preparing for 25 for about a quarter of a century after this.
It's
That's
amazing.
incredible.
Yeah, the job
That's
that you've
kind of
done.
incredible. When I started that deal, I thought it started out as a listener, and it still basically is a listener tournament for people that have listened to, been around me, been around you, been around Hogan, been around the stations that we've been involved with. And it started out as just a gathering, and now it's turned into a big deal, one of the bigger tournaments in the state. It really is, and the biggest tournament at Lost Pines, and they do such a good job. I'm really happy with that place over the last. I think it's been about 10 years out of that. Started out at the old Circle C golf course, went from Circle C to Falcon Head to uh, the hills of Lakeway, the Flint Rock Falls for a couple of years, and then it went to Lost Pines, and it's been in Lost Pines ever since. So 24 years. A lot of things. There's a lot of things don't last for 24 years. There's a lot of marriages that don't last that long, or even close to that long. So this has been a good deal for the kids out at the Burke Center for Youth, and Tito Beverage has been a part every step of the way. The first time I met Tom McKay, he's been involved since then. It's just nonstop of people. Once again, Central Texas just giving to some kids that have had some unfortunate circumstances, and the Burke Center for Youth in Driftwood just continues to do a great job in, protecting those that haven't been protected. And those kids leave that place at 18 years old. They're wards of the state, but at 18, you got to go.
Mm.
You just got to leave this place. And it used to be that's what they did earlier in this deal, BK. When they turned 18, it's almost like they got walked out of the front gate, and whoever you knew had to pick you up. They were no longer a part of it. But now they have a prep housing facility. They prep them so that they make sure that they have a job before they leave. They got their driver's license. Everything is good. There's some family members that they couldn't turn those kids back over to, but now it's different. I mean, it's grown. It's grown into a really special place, and Steve has done such a great job out there. I call those people, because I always think of those places as, I shouldn't, but in the Massachusetts and those areas, they have like boarding schools. You've heard of prep schools where kids go play basketball for a year. It's almost like that. It's almost like a prep school, but those kids go there from like ninth grade on,
Mm.
and they're housed there 24/7. And I've gone through what I thought, the way it should look. But once again, I've butted heads with, I call them headmasters there. I butted heads with them, but then again, I don't know what the structure should look like. I just thought certain times the structure, that just doesn't look like, it's too military looking to me. But once again, those are kids that have to have structure, or there's no telling what could happen. The things that has happened to them, they could do to other kids. So there's a certain structure that goes on there that, some would say, what's that about? And then others would say, you have to have it.
Yeah. It's
Prep
funny.
school,
I just pulled up their website, burkecenterforyouth.org, and literally the first line on the website says, providing a structured environment where boys
Yes.
can start on a path to a positive future.
Yes.
So to your point, yeah, they are providing structure, and they are giving some kids who don't really have anywhere else to go a chance to, turn their lives around, have a great childhood, and hopefully leave that place with an opportunity to make a major impact.
Yeah, there's a lot of
the
things that have
others.
been done to those kids, not through their fault, but through, people that have known them and taken advantage of them as young kids,
Yeah.
and we worked really hard to get involved a couple years ago with sex trafficking and stuff, and then some things happened that I just couldn't do it. Some things happened with the facility and then the state, and now they're almost back. And I said, I can't take people's donations until everything is correct with the state. And I remember one of the first things I got was from one of the people that we did work with, who said, "What, are you afraid of the governor?" And I'm like, "Well, hell yeah, I'm afraid of the governor." You mean the state of Texas? I'm pretty much so. Yeah, I'm pretty afraid.
I think that guy
And
could do some things to you.
yeah, I think he can make things really uncomfortable for me. And
Mm.
I said, I hopefully one day get that back, because there's nothing worse. I had somebody tell me yesterday that they had just watched something on sex trafficking, and all they wanted to do was get a gun and go shoot a bunch of people, including people that are alleged parents who have given their children away to sex trafficking. It's just a horrible thing that, and people have such a weird image. They always think those are young girls that come across the border, and it's not. It's domestic. It's here. Most of it happens right around the corner from you, and people don't think that's what it is, but they want young boys and they want young girls, and it's the scariest thing. And that person telling me that yesterday, I wouldn't have a problem pulling the trigger. I'm not judge and jury, but if somebody did that to my child, I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't have any problems pulling that trigger.
Well, I feel like anybody with a heart feels the same way, right?
Yeah,
To
but
somebody who's going to go around and abuse kids, or allow kids to be abused, then
oh
yeah,
yeah.
you deserve all of that and then some.
And so my heart goes out to those people that deal with that,
Hmm.
that help those girls out. Those girls need help. They've had no place to turn to for a couple of years while this thing has been going on. But there are a number of organizations that have been doing this for years before the one that was trying to get involved with us. So if you have a chance to help those organizations out, whether it's your time or your money, please do. And as I said, Central Texas, nobody gives like the people here. It's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it ever in my life, from the different places I've been to and stuff that I've done, charity stuff. Nobody does it like they do in Central Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's special. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you so very much for the wonderful job that you do. We do appreciate it. And we thank your families for sharing you with all of us. And do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. The 24th annual Mullet Open coming up next Friday out at Lost Pines Resort in Bastrop.
Yeah, we got to do
Excited.
something special for 25,
Yeah.
quarter of a century. I think I may have, for our listeners, some open invitations where you can come out and get into the raffle and have dinner with us.
There we go.
We'll get some, Jack Gilmore wants to be a part of it next year. And when that guy starts cooking, I mean, we can have barbecue, we can have everything you want out there for the 25th. So we'll make it a big shindig.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite days of the year. Excited to be a part
I've
of it
never seen
next
anybody
week.
eat more meat than you and take.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't think your boys are going to get any this year. This may go right back to you got a place to store it now.
Can you phrase that a little differently, please?
Yeah, yeah. You're going to store your meat. You get it all. I mean, I can't eat that much brisket, but boy, you can tear that stuff up.
Yeah, eating barbecue. I'm not just going around eating random people's meat on a golf course. I don't want that stigma out there.
Oh my goodness,
He,
it's fun. And thank you
yeah,
to Wayne Miller, and he's been Louis Miller Barbecue, and Taylor, who's done this thing for years for me for not 1 cent. not 1 cent, and
Yeah.
he feeds up 100, almost 200 people. And
Yeah.
this has been something that he's been doing for a while. And I know these are tough times, so you're giving up that kind of stuff to people. That's a lot in these times right now when just going for a meal with your family is costly. So
Yeah, it shows the graciousness of so many folks around Central Texas. And like you said, I mean, people in this area give more than any other area that I've been around in my
oh yeah, it's
lifetime. And
crazy.
it's great to see. So, yeah, obviously you put in a ton of work behind the scenes and you're scrambling to put the finishing touches on this great event. But yeah, you can't do it alone. And thanks to so many people. And I know you'll be thanking them next Friday and be
Oh yeah.
thanking them for weeks to come. So, looking forward to that. Also, looking forward to tomorrow's show at Sue Patrick, by the way. An
Yes,
early shout
indeed.
out to them. We will be broadcasting live, doing our Mother's Day spectacular.
Hey, get those Mother's Day joke, get Mama's Day joke, and get your Mother's Day specials. Come over there at 5222 Burnett Road. See us. If you got a chance to come by, Jay will let you in to see us. And they've got all kinds of Mother's Day stuff. I mean, there's some really good, cool stuff for Mother's Day. Mother doesn't need anything really, really special. She just wants something from you, whether it's a card. I don't know. Maybe not the laundry detergent. I'm the only one who needs to get that.
Yeah.
That has to be done. But I don't think you should come over there and get that and give to your mom for Mother's Day. She's probably not going to want that.
Yeah. Well, in
Or
one
an
hand,
apron.
in one hand, you give her the detergent, and the other hand, you give her your hamper of dirty clothes and say,
Yeah.
I got you 2 gifts this year.
Yeah, I didn't just get you one. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Or an apron. Yeah, but we'll be there tomorrow. And a lot of fun times coming up here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'll tell you what, all of my research for tomorrow's show will be writing Yo Mama jokes.
Oh, yeah. I got to find some good ones.
I'm going to be spending hours on that tonight.
Because I always
just
like to
making
get
sure.
after little Kev's mama.
Oh, Little Kev. I wonder if Little Kev will come by tomorrow.
Maybe he'll come by. Yeah.
Yeah,
You get
love
OU
that
Mark
dude.
and a little Kev to come by. Yeah.
There
I like
we
to throw
go.
some good Yo Mama jokes at little Kev.
Buck, I've got good news and I've got bad news to start the sports conversation this morning.
What's the good news?
The good news is your 7-game losing streak is over.
And I helped out the Stars.
You did help out the Stars. That's more good news.
Yes.
But there is bad news.
I went down on some of my big plays.
Yeah.
Basketball, no good.
Well, you went 2-2 last night, 1-1 in the NBA, 1-1 in the NHL. The problem is your biggest play of the evening was on the Boston Celtics.
Good grief. What is wrong with them? They had another big lead last night.
That's 2 games in this series and now 2 20-point comeback victories for the New York Knicks in Boston. And, boy, I thought game 1 was pretty improbable. Last night was even more unlikely. The
Are the
Celtics
Knicks
were up.
good enough to win? Are the Knicks good enough to win a championship, though?
I don't think so. I mean, I still feel like I would lean Boston to win this series, as weird as that sounds. Now, I wasn't as high on Boston going into the playoffs as most people were. I did not have Boston winning the championship at the start of the postseason. Now, the team I did have is also down 0-2. I picked Cleveland to win it all, and they're in some serious trouble. And not only are the Cavs down, but they're also down some players, too. So they might be cooked here, and we might get the incredibly improbable Knicks-Pacers conference finals.
Oh,
because that's where this thing is headed right now. I don't think
I just don't know what Jaylen Brown's. I don't know what is he to that team now? What does? I mean, he used to be able to be a guy who could go one-on-one individual play, take people to the rim, and go to the free throw line. He takes a lot of. They all take a lot of jumpers again. They take a lot of threes, but they don't seem to open up the court for him anymore. He just seems like another guy on their team.
Yeah, the Celtics offense just keeps falling apart. I mean, Boston was up 73-53 with less than 4 minutes to go in the third. They had a 98.7% chance to win. By the way, in game 1, they had a 98.3% chance to win. They lost that. Last night, they one-upped themselves or one-downed themselves. They had an even better chance according to the win probability stats, and they couldn't get it done. Yeah, I mean, there was a 21-2 run by the Knicks in the fourth quarter.
Yes, I saw every bit of that, and I was disgusted and shooting those 3-point shots.
Yeah.
I mean, Al Horford in the corner. There's nobody near him. Hey, I don't care if you take 3 steps up, but he just sits there and he hits a flat shot in the corner that hits the side of the rim. I'm like, dude, at least dribble to it. Dribble. There's nobody there on him. There's a lane straight to the basket. He stops and he pops and he hits the side of the rim.
That's the way of the NBA. in
Man,
2025. I mean, yeah, guys will pass up open layups or the chance to drive for an open
right.
layup for a three-pointer all the time. Credit to Boston. Remember, they missed 45 threes in game one. That was an NBA playoff record. They only missed 30 threes last night. So they're on the mend a little bit. But Boston went 8 minutes in the fourth quarter, scoring just 2 points. Like, we've seen Texas basketball produce better offense than that.
Yes,
If the Longhorns had a stretch like that, I'd be like, well, that's bad even for us. Rodney
you're
Terry
right.
should do better than that. To see that from a Celtics team that won 60 games in the regular season, that obviously is coming off of an NBA title, that's just loaded with all-star talent with Tatum and Brown and the Black Amishman and Porzingis and just everybody that they have. It's pretty much the same roster that breezed through the postseason last year. To see them just all kind of collectively choke at the same time, it's
Yeah,
bizarre
and
at home.
I didn't see Porzingis a lot yesterday for some reason.
No, yeah, he's battling a sickness. Like
What's this?
he,
Nobody knows and they won't say what it is.
no,
Has he
I think
got
it's
VD or something? I mean, something that they don't want to talk about? Because it's really, why is it so suspicious? If the dude has some kind of viral, I guess that's your business. But if he's got some kind of viral deal or, he got strep throat or something, they're just not telling you. It doesn't sound like obviously it's not COVID or anything else, or they would say something. But why is it this undisclosed illness? I mean,
yeah.
I thought when they were saying that the guy had the shits because
Huh?
Jaylen Brown had something happen with his uniform. I thought maybe he crapped his pants and he had to go in and he brought back the wrong shorts. How about him coming out in the wrong shorts? What, he come out in his practice pants or something?
That's happened 2 days in a row in the NBA playoffs. It happened to Buddy Hield for Golden State in game 1 against Minnesota, and then it happened to Jaylen Brown last night for Boston.
Are these
How does
guys
that
crapping
happen?
on themselves? Maybe maybe it's they've got something spreading through the NBA.
Well, Paul Pierce was a Boston Celtic. Remember, he had to get wheelchaired off because he crapped his pants one time. So maybe it's something with that entire organization. It might be a long lingering bug in Boston. I don't know. What do you think? Like an STD for Porzingis? Is that why they're not sharing it? What has he got?
I
Syphilis
mean,
or something?
if you, I mean, they would tell you that, oh no, he's got a cold or he's got some virus. They just tell you that. They tell everybody if you had COVID, the whole world would know about it. You
Yeah,
know that.
it's weird because he missed 8 games in the month of March with an illness, and here we
Yes, I mean,
are.
so whatever it is, whoever he's been banging, he needs to stop.
Maybe it's mono. Maybe he's got what Sam Darnold has, because that's something that lingers and can impact you for months. Maybe, maybe it's crabs.
It's going out the. It's going out the. Yeah, and that's why those guys are changing shorts.
Maybe
Got
it's
AIDS.
maybe it's AIDS.
I don't know what it. It just seems like if it's not something major, they tell you, oh, he's just had this this cold that keeps popping up or something.
Yeah, they need him. Like they got to figure it out. It's bizarre to see. Any team blowing leads like that would be stunning, but for this team with all of their experience and talent, for them to be down 0-2, now having to go to Madison Square Garden to win a couple of games to win this series. Let's not forget, like if you go up 2-0 on the road, this is the same case with the Pacers as it is for the Knicks. All you have to do, historically speaking, is just win one at home, because in NBA history, teams that are up 3-1 in a series, regardless of who has home court, go on to win the series about 96% of the time. So
Yeah,
it's not over, but if the Knicks and the Pacers can just win one game on their home floor, then they are in a serious driver's seat against the top 2 seeds in the Eastern Conference.
yeah. And I'm so sick of seeing Jalen Brunson fall on the ground. I've had
Mm,
that dude hitting that strong little guy hitting the ground every time he takes a jumper is sad to watch. I've
yeah.
never seen a guy lay on the ground more and just pop up like nothing ever happened, but he's looking for a foul. And they give it to him a lot too.
Well, that's another part of the modern era of the NBA where you just have guys flailing and flopping around all over the place. And it's the star players who do it, and it's the star players who shoot more free throws than anybody else. So at times it makes it tough to watch. Jalen Brunson, there's no denying the talent. He's one of the best players in the league, and he just continues to elevate his game when we get to the summertime. But yeah, he makes a living getting to the free throw line, and he does spend a lot of time on the ground. But hey, it works. He wasn't even that good last night. He only had
No.
17. McCall Bridges was instrumental to that fourth quarter comeback. He's been great. The Knicks have a bunch of different guys. Karl Anthony Towns never really known to be a big game player, has hit some big shots and some big moments late in these first two games. Like the Knicks are getting contributions from everybody. And again, in these fourth quarters, when you absolutely need to make winning plays, it's the Knicks making them. You think New York Knicks basketball, you think the team that collapses down the stretch whenever they have a
Sure.
chance to get it done. And when you think Boston sports, you think the teams that find a way to make those plays in crunch time to get wins.
Yeah,
The
like I
exact
said, I just don't
opposite.
know what Jaylen Brown what is he to that team now? It's just, you know, White has more shots. He touches the ball more. I mean, it's really weird. I don't see him. I don't know what his contract is like, but I see him getting ready to depart that place here soon
I think
and
they just
become
gave him a
something.
huge deal like
I
last
know.
off season.
They gave him a max deal, didn't they?
Yeah, they gave him a super max. Like he and Tatum are both. It's funny because going into last year's playoffs, it was like, oh, if the Celtics don't at least get to the finals, they might blow this thing up, and we
Right.
might see the end of the Tatum Brown era, and they might just pick one and say goodbye to the other. Obviously, they win the championship, so it's like, well, we got to pay them both. We got to keep them both.
Sure.
And look, I'm not going to count Boston out just yet, but yeah, I mean, Jaylen Brown was 8 of 23 last night. Jason Tatum was 5 for 19
Well, he's
last
not hitting any
night.
of his threes.
Yeah, it's equal opportunity struggles for Boston right now. And yeah, I mean, 10
And
of
I was
40.
wondering when Al Horford was going to look like an old dude. He's starting to look that way.
Yeah, 2 of 11, 0 of 5 from deep, just 4 points for the Whore. Is that what they
Yeah, he
call him? Is
needs.
that a nickname for Al Horford? The
Nah, I don't
Whore?
want to call him that yet. He just needs to
Okay.
quit shooting threes. All I hear, for the last 2 years was, "Don't leave Al Horford alone in the corner." Well, that guy was hitting the side of the rim the last 2 games.
Yeah, now he needs a warm glass of milk and a
Yes.
tuck in to go to bed early at the old folks'
All
home.
right, that was the bad. What was my good news? What NBA? Who did I have? The Nuggies?
You had the Thunder.
I had the Thunder. Thank you.
Yeah, if you had the Nuggies, it would have been
Yeah.
an even worse night for you. But the Thunder, look, it's been weird because the second round of the playoffs in both basketball and hockey have been dominated by the road teams. I think road teams are 8-3 so far in round 2 of these playoffs. Oklahoma City providing a little bit of normalcy last night. And I mean, they were up by 24 points after the first quarter. They won by 43. I'm sure you went to bed before this one was anywhere
Oh,
close
of
to
course.
over.
Yeah.
You could have gone to bed at the end of the first, the way this was going. Yeah, Denver came in and stole game one. It was Oklahoma City who had the home court collapse a couple of days ago. And this game was never, ever close. Oklahoma City actually set an NBA playoff record for first half points with 87.
Wow.
Yeah, speaking of modern era of the NBA, there were playoff games back in the day. You don't even have to go that far back to find playoff games where the final score was 87. They had 87 in the first 24 minutes last night.
Yeah, yeah. That must have been just a stomp. And no, I was too tired. I was done after the Celtics debacle. I thought that was, I did watch some of the Maple Leafs though. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
get you some of that.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
I was looking at the Leafs.
you didn't have the Maple Leafs.
I did not.
No, I don't know
Which
why you're
I had
saying.
this. I just had the Stars. I only played one.
No, you
What's
had the
I had the
panties.
panties.
You had the panties.
You talked
Yeah.
me into the panties again.
I didn't talk you into anything.
They're
You're
done.
you're just a panties guy, man. Hey, that's all right. That's fine. I know you go into your neighbor's place and do a little sniffing. That's fine. Whatever. But yeah, no, you were picking the defending champs. They were down 1-0. You're thinking, all right, they're too good. They're going to go even up this
No,
series. But no, it wasn't to be. The Leafs with the backup goalie got him again last night.
that goalie was on fire too.
Yeah, the panties got dropped, as our guy John says. The
Yeah,
panties.
but I did bring the Stars home.
You did bring the Stars home. Thank you
Got rid
very
of
much
that
for that.
8-game losing streak that they had in series openers.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, right? It had been 8 straight
Wow.
game 1 losses for Dallas. You had to go all the way back to 2020, which is a testament to how many playoff series the Stars have played in. It's only 5 years, but they had lost 8 straight game 1s, and most of those were at home. So that was kind of the hope amongst Stars fans was like, all right, we're on the road. Maybe that can change up some of this early series luck. And Mikko Rantanen, the guy who
Yeah.
had the game 7 hat trick in the third period to send Dallas to round 2. How about a game 1 hat trick in this series?
Nice.
Look, you're a little bit of an NHL historian.
Yes.
Mikko Rantanen has scored or assisted on 12 straight Dallas Stars goals, going all the way back to game 5 of the first round against Colorado. The previous record for most goals scored or assisted on in an NHL postseason, Super Mario Lemieux,
Wow.
who did it on 9 straight goals. Rantanen's at 12. He has shattered the
I'm
NHL
surprised you
record.
can go all the way back to Guy Lafleur.
He might be on that list too, bless you, or whatever. But that's like, you talk about putting a team on your back. People will overuse that expression whenever some guy just has a really good game or a really good stretch of games. Mikko Rantanen is putting the Dallas Stars on his back more than any player in hockey history has ever put a team
That
on
dude
its
is an
back.
SOB in front of the net, man. Nobody can get him away. When he's in front of the net, nobody gets him off his spot.
Dude, I pinch myself. Like, the fact that the Dallas Stars were able to get this guy at the deadline. He is a top 10 player. Right now, he's a top 1 player in the world because no one in hockey is doing what he's
Yeah.
doing right now. But he is a top 10 player in the league. The Stars traded for him at the deadline, and they extended him, gave him like an 8-year contract. So, like, he's not going anywhere. And this dude is just taking over
Well,
the
wait a minute.
NHL
Don't say
playoffs.
that. We are talking about the Metroplex area. Don't say he's not going anywhere. They have some kind of disease that's going viral, something going on around there.
Oh,
He's
well, the
liable to
good
be
news.
gone after the season.
Yeah, the good news is the Stars actually have one of the best front offices in sports, and they've got an ownership group that cares about winning. That's not going to be selling anytime soon, at least knock on wood. And they've got a GM who is like in the running for executive of the year every single year, who just keeps finding ways to keep the Stars competitive. So, yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe I shouldn't be pinching myself too
Yeah.
much, but no, the Stars are the only consistent team in Dallas right now. We all know what the Cowboys are. We all know what the Mavs have become. The Rangers,
Nice
it's
win for
early.
the Rangers last night.
Yeah, it's early. The Rangers, they fired their hitting coach over the weekend. They bring in Brett Boone, Aaron Boone's brother.
Nice.
By the way, the Rangers lost last night. I don't know if you were being
They did.
sarcastic.
They lost last night.
Yeah, they did. They lost to the Sox too, to make
Oh,
matters
was that
even
a 3-2?
worse.
Was that a one-run loss?
6-4.
6-4. Okay. It must have been the night before that they won by a run.
Yeah,
I
you
try
might
not
be
to follow them because I try to follow good baseball.
getting your teams confused. Oh, so you haven't been following your Yankees as of late,
Yes,
then?
I follow the Yankees.
Okay, your Yankees are still in first place, but
Yeah,
they're
playing teams like San Diego losing 1-0. What a power. Yeah. Way to go, Aaron Judge. Way to get it cranked.
Yeah, way to crank it, Aaron Judge. Yeah, your Yankees are still okay, even though they're struggling a little bit as of late. But yeah, the Rangers have been up and down. But no, the Stars are, it's game one. It's game one. But Dallas finds a way to get a road victory in Losapeg. And again, road warriors in the NBA and NHL playoffs. You didn't see it in round one. You were seeing it early in round two. And that is not good for the way you like to bet.
I know. What did I do? What did I lose yesterday? 5,000,
You
10,000?
lost 5,000 units. You had 15,000 on the Celtics. That was your biggest play. That
Gosh.
lost. You had 10,000 on the Thunder, which won, and then you had 5,000 on each of the 2 hockey plays. You obviously split there.
And there's no way that I'm putting money on the Celtics in New York. That place will be crazy at Madison Square Garden.
You're saying New York's going to go up 3-0?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Well,
for me, there's nothing like seeing the Celtics lose. I don't know why I just think they're so good. But you know what? For them to just get swept would be the greatest thing for me.
you got Saturday. You have to wait until Saturday for game 3 in that series, so you get the extra day off. We'll get your gold star lock tomorrow since that is a weekend game. But I will tell you right now, the early line, Boston -5.5.
Hey, it's coming down. Those numbers are coming down.
We'll see. All right, you got any plays for the people tonight? It's 2 hockey games, only 1 basketball game on the
What do we
slate.
got? Stars not going back to back nights, are they?
No, hockey never does back to back. Neither sport does back to back in the playoffs. You've got Carolina at Washington, and you've got the Oilers at the Golden Knights.
I'm going Golden Knights 10,000 units. I'm going Washington 10,000 units. Very simple.
When are you going to learn your lesson?
I'm not. The lesson is not learned yet. This is why I jump right back. Take the favorites tonight, people.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
No, it's happening tonight.
All right. Yeah, both home teams are down 1-0.
Yes.
So important games for them. You picked
That's a
both.
20,000 unit play in your pocket right there.
Well, you did pick both of those teams to win game 1, and they didn't win game 1. So Going back to the well again. All right. In the NBA, I'd be very surprised if you're not picking the home team here. You've got Golden State without Steph Curry at Minnesota. The Wolves 10.5-point home favorites.
10.5?
It's a lot, but it's no Steph. And Steph, by the way, they announced yesterday he's got a grade 1 hamstring strain, so could have been worse, but he's out for at least a week, which means games 2, 3, and 4 are no-goes for Steph
I don't
Curry.
want anything on that game. I don't trust
Really?
no, even without him, I don't all right, I'll put 5,000 units on Minnesota.
What a quick 180 that was.
Yeah, just 5,000.
What changed in that half second?
I don't know. That Edwards cat, maybe he'll come to play
Yeah,
and won't be pouting around.
that whole team kind of no-showed in game 1, so they got to bounce back there. All right, so
Yeah,
you've got
that guy's way too emotional.
yeah, he is. He
You
looked
know,
like
I
Trey
mean,
Johnson the other day.
I
I'm
thought
telling you.
I thought by this time in his career, over the last couple of years, he's been, and then, winning a gold medal. I thought after winning a gold medal, that dude would just calm down a little bit, where he's got to bang his chest every time he makes a layup or he has a dunk. He's got to open up his mouth as wide as he can so he can stick his foot in it. I'm like, dude, just play. You're
Yeah,
using up too much energy with your emotion here. You're such a good player. I thought that's what the Olympics would do to him. I know that's just him. That's just the way he is. And
yeah.
that sometimes will wear you out. That makes you tired,
Talk about a guy who wears his emotions on his
Yes.
sleeve.
Oh,
I
for
mean,
sure.
Anthony Edwards lets everybody know he's a talker on the court. He's a talker in the post games, and
Yes.
yeah, he'll pump his
He
chest.
talks about his teammates, about when they don't bring it.
Hmm.
He didn't bring it the other night. I mean, he was nothing for them.
No, yeah, he was a no-show in game 1, so I think he'll bounce back. I think Minnesota will bounce back in a big way to even up that series. And now for the Warriors, can you just have it 2-2 by the time Steph comes back? That's the big question. I guess the biggest question is, can you get Steph back in general? Because he's
Yeah.
going to get reevaluated in a week. So they could reevaluate him next week and say, man, he's just not ready. They might have to go, games 5, 6, and potentially 7 without him. But yeah, we know for sure, at least according to the Warriors, he will not be there for these next 3. So
Yeah, I thought maybe Steph, but they wouldn't do this. Steph and LeBron would be on the same farewell tour next year. But now
ooh,
I don't I don't know. I don't think they would do that together anyway,
man, I mean,
People like their glory. They don't I can't imagine both guys at the same time because LeBron's really thinking about his future,
yeah,
you
he
know?
says that every year. No, LeBron
Yeah.
has turned into Brett Favre when it comes to decisions about retirement. Like every year, he's not going to retire, but he makes you think that there's a chance. He always talks about, oh, I got to take some time to evaluate things. Like LeBron's not leaving right
Well,
now.
I mean, Brett Favre is leaving, so we're just waiting for the announcement date right now.
No, you're thinking of Aaron Rodgers. Brett
Aaron
Favre
Rodgers,
left a
yeah,
long time
Brett
ago.
Favre's been gone. I'm sorry. Aaron Rodgers is about to give the date here very shortly.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers would have been a good comparison there too. Now Aaron Rodgers is coming back. Just
Coming
you
back to
wait.
where?
Coming back to Pittsburgh.
No, that's they don't want that. They
Yeah, they
just
do.
got rid of one malcontent. They don't need a quarterback to be that guy. Hey, they got Rudolph.
Rudolph, the red-nosed quarterback.
Yeah,
No, that's why they got rid of George Pickens, so they could bring in a malcontent. They don't want 2 of those guys in there. They got to have one, don't they?
I'm not happy with the Cowboys now. I'm starting to think about the Cowboys. Is that going to work?
Well, they
It
had
has.
to.
By the way, it has to work.
It has to work. I mean, the Cowboys are willing to take chances on guys like George Pickens,
And
right?
they're used to dealing with that whole kind of that atmosphere. That's their everyday thing.
Yeah. By the way, Steph Curry, 3 years younger than LeBron. I mean, Steph's still one of the best players in the world. Like, I don't think he's gonna hang him up. Do you?
Nah, he's going to go open up a golf academy.
He could do that too. He could do
He
that
loves his
too.
golf.
Yes, indeed. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's some NBA. There's some NHL. Wild night of postseason action last night, and we'll see what we have in store tonight. But this second round has absolutely delivered in both of these sports. We've got some
I know you were
sound.
busy. Let me ask you this: did you
Yeah.
find out anything about the Gators? About anything to do with them? Is there a possibility that we're going to have Gator Madness this weekend? Are they that good, or
Mm.
should they just take an assing this week?
Well, Florida's been playing well as of late. They've won 4 straight SEC series, but 3 of those 4 wins have come against bottom feeders, right? Like the
Yeah.
bottom 3 teams in the conference, including, a sweep of Mizzou. Everybody swept Mizzou. They haven't won a game in the SEC this year. They beat South Carolina, who I think is like 5-19 in the conference, and then they beat Mississippi State, a team that Texas swept earlier in the year, and I think Mississippi State is tied for third to last in the league. So, Florida's taking care of business, but they are playing some bad teams. I will say this on the Gators: that 4th series win was against Arkansas,
Yeah.
and we saw how good Arkansas is. So, yeah, Florida was a preseason top 10 team in college baseball. They, they just got off to a bad start in league play. I think they were like, I don't know, 1-8 at one point in the SEC. I mean, it was bad, and
And they
they've
lost
turned.
Tuesday, right?
They did. They lost to South Florida the other night, but
Nice.
they've turned things around in the SEC, and they're playing better baseball. They've got a national championship winning head coach. Like it's a talented team. So I don't think this will be like an easy sweep for Texas by any stretch. I do expect Texas to win the series. I think they should win the series, and I think most people are going to pick Texas to take at least 2 of 3. But
Mhm.
I mean Florida's no pushover. They've got enough talent to come in here and give Texas some struggles. And look, if the Longhorns are walking dudes, if they're hitting dudes, if they're forgetting how many outs there are on the base
Oh,
paths,
man.
and if they're striking out a bunch of times and just taking bad ABs, then yeah, they're not as good as Arkansas, but they are more than capable of giving you some fits in a 3-game series. So glad it's at home instead of going to the swamp. I don't know if they call it the swamp for baseball, but yeah, Texas has been damn near unbeatable at the dish this season.
Yeah, I
And
saw that one of their football players has had a little run-in with the law.
Florida, no
Yeah.
way,
Oh, yeah, it's happened. Yeah, they had
shocking.
a cornerback who's got a few felonies, had a gun with him and some other things.
Speaking of
Smoking a little
run-ins,
weed, and nothing like having a gun and smoking weed and all kinds of little paraphernalia in your car.
come on, the trifecta. Why not have
Why
booze
the
in there
gun?
too?
I never get this. Why the gun?
Uh,
I
you
mean, the only
you
reason to have a gun is I know well, you are in the state of Florida, so there is one reason to have
I
a
was about
gun.
to say,
There's
yeah.
always a lot of Florida men and Florida women driving around the interstates there, but as a student, if you've got a bunch of weed and that weed is for you, okay, I got it. But when you have a gun, that makes me think that you're doing something with the weed. You're not getting enough NIL money that you got to participate in some weed exchange, you know?
I think he's selling the weed.
That's why when you got a gun, that's what it makes me think. I mean,
Uh,
what other reason do you need? I mean, what is the reason? Does a except for I'm a big guy. I'm the big man here. I got a gun. Let me scare you. I mean,
well, well, hang on here. Don't you have a gun?
yeah, my gun is for protecting my home. I don't take my gun out of the house and
Gotcha.
stick it in my car and drive around town with it. I
Okay.
don't have a gun in my car.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I do not keep a gun with me in my car either.
Yeah,
So
I mean that just seems. I'm a college student. I get pulled over. Yeah, my car smells like weed, but when you reach underneath, you're not going to find a 9 millimeter underneath my car seat. You may
yeah.
find some paraphernalia. Yeah, you can do that, but you're not going to find that 9 mil. That only tells me that there's more paraphernalia at the place, and I got to get rid of it. I need this gun just in case another Florida man wants my weed.
I'm looking up on the details of this story now. On Florida cornerback Dijon Mustard Johnson was arrested on May 2nd, charged with 2 felonies and 2 misdemeanors in his hometown of Tampa. Apparently, the 21-year-old did not fully halt at a stop sign, leading police to detain him.
Oh, he did the slow through.
You know
That's
what?
you know what that's called. That's the end of the month deal that they do too, where they wait around the corner and you don't come to complete stop. There's nobody coming the other direction, but they said, "Oh, you didn't come to a complete stop." I've had one of those.
Hey, Officer Jack Wagon,
Yeah.
give me a break. I'm now on Dijon Mustard's side here. Come on, he got pulled over
Wow.
for that. Oh, yeah,
You-
officer. Let's see. Johnson became argumentative and refused to exit the vehicle when asked several times before officers eventually removed him and placed him into custody. They
In other
also
words, they
detected
drug his ass out of that car.
a strong odor of burned marijuana, and during a search of the vehicle, they found a backpack with 8 grams of synthetic marijuana
There you
inside.
go.
You're not going to be making a ton of money if you're selling that, but I guess you could be selling that.
You're just going
Uh,
over to a friend's house and having a party.
Also located inside the vehicle was a black Glock 19 loaded with 17 rounds in the magazine. None in the chamber, 17 in the magazine. The gun's presence was unbeknownst to Johnson, and it belonged to someone else, according to
Oh,
him.
that's I love that one.
It's not mine. I don't know how it even got here.
How the hell did that get in my car?
It's not even my car. Wait, no, sorry. Actually, it is my car. It's my car, but I don't. That's not mine. That's not my gun. It's not my weed. Weed? What is it? What even? What is that? A plant? Who put a plant in here?
I thought I was just going to the gardening center. How did
Yeah.
that get in
Oh,
here?
I thought I was making pasta. I had some oregano to put on top of my. I didn't realize that was marijuana.
I'm doing tomato plants. It's that time of the year, and I'm thinking, oh, that's a tomato. No, that's not a tomato plant, sir.
Hey, what a mess. And speaking of criminals in Florida, Todd Golden got an extension earlier this week. Did you see that? Their
Really?
basketball coach. He never got charged of anything, but that daily student newspaper stalking story went away pretty quick, didn't it?
Yeah. By the way, that guy who the editor of that probably is around, not no longer around on campus either. Haven't heard much from those people
Yeah, that
since then.
that student probably got expelled. Oh, you're trying to take down our basketball coach while we're about to go win a national championship? We can't
Yeah, there's
accept
not
that.
much said. There's not much said. He had a lot to say before, but there's not
Hmm.
much said now.
Not much said now at all. All right, yeah, wild story. I actually didn't see that out of Florida, but Dijon Johnson, that's a pretty good corner for them. A guy who played in the game against Texas last year. So we'll
Oh, he'll be
see.
fine for the Texas game. By then,
Yeah,
he'll be. Yeah,
by what, October? I mean, that's the SEC opener for Texas. So
yeah. They'll have North Missouri State. He'll miss that game.
um, North Missouri State. I like
Yeah,
that.
he won't be able to play in that game. But by the time they play Texas, he'll be a full go.
You know what? Let's do a quick search on Florida's football schedule to see
Gotta see
what
which game he's
games.
gonna miss.
All right, Florida opens up the year against LIU. Lou? Is that Long Island University?
No, wait a minute. They're not playing Long Island University in football.
Playing Long Island University, the Sharks. Don't ask me how I know that.
I didn't know they had a football team there.
So he will be suspended for that game.
Yes, he'll be ready to go right after that.
Game 2, man, Florida's got a gauntlet. I forgot they had the toughest schedule in the country last year. They've got one of the toughest schedules in the country again this year. Week 2, they'll host South Florida. Solid program.
They'll beat the living dog crap out of them. That's an
Yeah,
assy.
if Florida's a top 15 team in the country, like I think most
Right.
people expect them to at least start the year in the top 15.
Then
Then,
when does it start for them? When is the
well, game
gauntlet start?
3 at LSU, and then game 4 at Miami, and then game 5 home Texas.
Wow.
That's a stretch right there.
I
Game
like that
6.
stretch. I like that stretch for them when they get their two-game winning streak, feeling good, and then bam, bam, bam.
Oh my God. Game 6 at A&M.
Wow.
And then they get a little bit of reprieve with Mississippi State coming to town, then a bye week, and then the Georgia game. And then at
They have one of those
Kentucky.
they got to have a week 11 nobody, don't they?
Well, they do play Florida State to end the year.
Yeah, they got a nobody.
Does that count as your nobody right there?
Yeah, that's it.
No, it's a brutal schedule for Florida. So yeah, I would say at most it's a 2-game suspension for Dijon Johnson because they're going to need him when they go to Baton Rouge. But and I'll credit. Look, I know LIU is a joke, but Florida does play at Miami and versus Florida State in the non-con, so they are willing
Yes.
to put some tougher games on their schedule.
Yeah, that's South Florida's nobody.
Yeah, I mean South Florida should be a pretty easy win, but it's Florida's an interesting team. They're going to be a trendy pick to make some noise in the SEC, and I think a lot of people are surprised, myself included, by the fact that Billy Napier is still the head coach for the Gators. He got hot, and they got hot towards the end of the year, and it was enough to keep him around. But if things go awry for them
Well,
again
he's
this
got that young
season,
quarterback, so he's excited. They got to be excited with the quarterback.
yeah, DJ Lagway's got to stay healthy, and obviously Texas didn't see him because he was hurt. But Lagway's, former 5-star recruit, a Texas kid, one of the top QBs, one of the top players in the country coming out of high school 2 years ago. He's a beast. He's got a
Yeah,
cannon
I'm
for an
not
arm.
saying I want to see that hammy pulled, but by the time they play Texas, they'll have 2 hard games under his belt. That hammy should start to get kind of sore by then.
Yeah, that was the injury that cost him some games last year. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a tough atmosphere in the swamp. I don't know the last time Texas has played at Florida, to be honest with you. I
Boy,
don't
that's
even
going to be a road trip for some Texas fans to go there. That's a fun deal there.
Yeah, we've talked about it, right? The home slate not very good for Texas. I mean, look, you get the Aggies at home, you get Arkansas at home, so 2 big-time rivalry games, but you only have 3 SEC games in Austin, and the other one is Vanderbilt. So, like, you don't have any, blue blood type of programs coming in here this year. You don't have any top 10 to 15 teams coming in here this year. Obviously, you had Georgia last year, and that was awesome. But the road slate, I mean, you could go to Columbus if you want in week 1. You could go to the Swamp. You obviously can go to Georgia if you
Oh
want to
yeah,
see that game in person. I mean, Kentucky's a road game this year. Like, there's some great road trip opportunities for the traveling Horns fans out there.
yeah, absolutely.
So it's gonna be fun. All right, we've got to give some sponsor shout outs here. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian. Pretty interesting stuff. He was recently on an interview with Josh Pate of CBS Sports. We've got Sark talking about Texas coming out of the spring and a few other interesting quotes about the Texas football program. But before we get to that, how about some sponsor love?
Folks, relax the back. Check out some of the zero gravity recliners that they have right now this month. You will absolutely love them. My back feels fantastic. Sitting in my chair again today. Very nice. Played a little golf yesterday, so my back was a little sore. But once I get into this chair, it's all comfort. And you can get the same comfort that I get each and every day by going by the Relax the Back store. And whether you get into a chair or recliner, they have all kinds of accessories that'll make you feel good. Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, the whole works. 2 locations in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and up north at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also love our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. The Buck wearing a TSU hat this morning. I'm wearing a TSU hat this morning. Both of those hats and all of our hats and shirts and signs and stickers and merch made by Adam and his team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you have a business or just a big event coming up that needs merch or gear, reach out to Adam. You can find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. Shoot him a DM there, or you can call or text him directly, 512-300-9641.
You know what I had yesterday, BK, before I played? I got myself an OLIPOP. I got myself the big grape ape before I went and played golf. And I'm telling you, it was humid where I was. And I so badly looked. I'm looking at a Coca-Cola looking right in front of me. And then I saw OLIPOP and I went to the OLIPOP instead. That Coke looked so good. I was imagining pouring that thing over ice on the golf course where I was at Lost Ponds yesterday. I said, the humidity, if I would have drank that sugar, it would have been hole number 3 or 4 in the humidity after the rains had come. I'm telling you, I wouldn't have made it because there was a lot of walking going on where I was hitting the ball yesterday. But boy, I had that nice, refreshing OLIPOP. I had a lot of energy. I made it. I came out of there with energy at the end of the day. Generally at the end of, I don't know if people have ever played out at that place, but after 18 holes there, you are one smooth out. Even just the ride back from Bastrop back to my home, you start to fade. By the time I get to the airport, I start fading. I'm like punching myself in the face. Hey, you can make it. You can make that. OLIPOP saved me yesterday. I mean, it saved me.
Splashing water on your face.
You're getting old when you
man.
just go from Bastrop and thinking maybe you should pull over here. But then again, I once got out that way near Circuit of the Americas and couldn't find my way home. That's what the amnesia set in. And I went through Zilker Park in order to get to Dripping Springs. So it was a little bit better than that. Thank you,
OLIPOP. You had a short
Let
run
me
as a
just say this.
transgender.
Thank you, OLIPOP. That was good. That was a good taste. That grape was fantastic.
And that was your problem. You had your short run as a transgender because you didn't drink enough OLIPOP, I think.
Probably.
That was the issue there. Yeah, I love the OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. The Buck loves the grape. I love the grape too. That's one of my favorites. But cream soda is my go-to. They've got the root beer. They've got the classic cola. They've got the lemon lime. I mean, it's all the soda flavors that you love, just better for you. And they're easy to find too. Wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, Target. I don't need to list the grocery stores. You know where you shop for groceries. But make sure you're on the lookout for OLIPOP. Good stuff there. And Buck, you asked me about Texas baseball. If you want to attend one of the final 3 regular season home games for Texas baseball, head over to centextickets.com to get your seats. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase Of course, ACL lineup just got released. F1 coming up here in a few months. Some great events coming to Central Texas. They've got tickets for everything on centextickets.com.
Sweet.
All right. Let's let you hear from Steve Sarkisian, shall we? He had a very entertaining, about 45-minute sit-down with college football analyst Josh Pate, who does a tremendous job. He hosts a daily show talking all things college football, and he's one of the most well-known voices in the sport here in 2025. We've got a few cuts here. We'll start with this one. Steve Sarkisian was asked towards the end of the interview, just how do you feel about your team, and do you feel like you guys were able to do enough in the offseason to fill the holes that you had on this roster?
I think we're a finished product, and if I said we were, that'd probably be lying, right? We've had some young players that have grown up in our program that we're excited about on both sides of the line of scrimmage. We've brought in some transfers, most notably on the defensive side of the ball, that helped us this spring. We brought in a couple more in the spring portal window that I think are going to be great additions for us. But I think for us as a program, this summer is going to be huge. June and July, our skill development stuff that we work on. The team aspect of really bringing this team together. Our Culture Wednesdays are going to be big. Their work with Tori Becton, right, in the weight room, running in the Austin heat on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons at 4 p.m, where it feels like the hottest place on the earth. But that's when we grow together as a team. And then training camp's going to be a big thing. And we've got to push these guys. We've got to remain demanding of them, of what the standard is around here, and instill it in them. And that's a responsibility on a lot of their teammates too, to get that done. When you bring in new faces, we always try to ensure is that they acclimate to us. We don't acclimate to them. And so that's why we're so strategic, and we really take our time when it comes to the portal. We just don't bring anybody in here. There's a lot of really good players out there. It's not just about any. It might not always be the best player. Yeah. It's the best player that fits us. And that's something that we've tried to do and hold on to, and so far it's worked out pretty good for us.
I like the fact that they've really met the demands, and the players have met the demands of what the coaches expect from them, whether it's, the physical demands or the mental demands, or just making sure that they have their, get-togethers on Wednesday and they get something out of them. They just don't get together for the sake of telling people, well, we get together as a team and we talked about a few things. No, they've got things that they target to talk about with their players, whether they're from, they're homegrown or coming from the portal. That's important. They don't take that stuff for granted. I think that's what shows you, in this day and age where you've got a lot of social media, you hear about teams and guys that, oh no, they don't show up to the workouts. They just screw that. They're just really good players, but they don't take part in that stuff. We don't hear a lot about that. No. And we have a lot of ways to hear about it, but you don't hear about it with this team over the last couple of years. They just go and do the things that they have to do to make themselves better as a team. And individually, they've all gotten better. So whatever he's doing it the right way.
The last time we heard about that, Buck? Jonte Cook.
Yeah. And we heard about it. It got out before it really got out.
And you know what happened to him? They told Jonte Cook, hey, thanks, but no thanks. We don't need you anymore. So
it seems like it's worked out for everybody but the kid.
Yeah, he's actually headed to Syracuse now. I don't know if you saw that.
What?
Yeah, he found another home. I think that news dropped a week or two ago.
Well,
kind of flew under the radar.
That guy that going up to upstate New York, I can't see that making him feel good, a kid from Texas going to Syracuse, but maybe just that new scenery and your last chance.
Yeah.
I mean, how many chances do you get,
My guess is that was the best opportunity that Jonte Cook got. I mean, he still gets to play in a power conference for a Syracuse team that was pretty good last year. They
got a young coach that really they did well last year, so maybe that's the guy that can straighten him out a little bit.
Yeah, but that's, it just goes to the point of Texas is bigger than any individual player, right? I mean, Jonte Cook, we're not talking about like a 3-star, it's easy to kick him to the curb. We're talking about a former 5-star, one of the top receivers in the country coming out of high school, a guy that I think every Texas fan really wanted to work at Texas.
Well, we thought it was going to work from the get-go,
Sure.
I mean, watched him in high school. We thought that was a surefire guy. That was an NFL type of player that was going to, once his time came. But boy, his time, it took a long time to come, which some of that stuff started to get out. And like I said, we get it through the grapevine with all this social media stuff. And when we get it, you look at it and say, well, maybe it's not true, but that's one of the occasions where it was damn sure true.
Yeah, well, then you find out what happened at Washington, and he was
Sure.
only on that campus for like 48 hours, and it's like, oh, nope, Texas clearly knew. And then, of course, he ends up
Exactly.
getting arrested, so it's like, all right, yeah, no. And you wish the best for the kid, but
Absolutely.
it seems like Texas is better off without him right now. And, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I remember people getting upset that Texas went out and brought in those 3 wide receiver transfers last year because it's like, oh, we want to see Jonte Cook. What does this mean for Jonte Cook? Turns out that, and maybe Sark knew that there was a possibility of this
And
happening.
I don't even know if that he wasn't really a good player, but he just wasn't a good at that point of his life. He wasn't just a good enough person to be on this football team because they go along. They probably already went, the extra mile as a player wise because he was good. They probably wanted to get rid of him a lot sooner than they really did. You know that.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, talking about the culture, let's let you hear from Steve Sarkisian here because he was asked about the culture of this Texas football program. Of course, Sark going into year 5 at Texas. He's got all of his guys in here now. And here's Sark talking about just the culture within this program.
And so now, fast forward going into year 5, what has come out of this is we have a group of players on our team now they're the ones we recruited. They're the ones that have grown up with us, right? Our 4th-year seniors have been with us now for 4 straight years. Our 3rd-year players, that Arch, that Anthony Hill, the Cedric Baxters, the Manny Muhammads, the Derek Williams, that group of guys, they don't know any different than what we do. And so I think about my time at Bama, and granted it was closing in on the end for Coach Saban's run there, but how that was ran, how the older players educated the younger players on what was acceptable, what was not, how we went about our business at Bama has now started to come to fruition here. And I think about what Kirby's been able to do at Georgia, or what Dabo's been able to do at Clemson, or what Ryan's been able to do at Ohio State. They're kind of in front of us in that cycle, but their cycle is really well underway. Our cycle really now has just begun because now we've got nothing but players that don't know any different than what we do and why those things are important. And to watch them lead in a way differently now than maybe we did the past couple years is really fun to be part of now. And it's exciting to see. It's exciting to watch it kind of come to life.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it sound like that's how important your high school football is. You got to have those homegrown kids that grow up in your program. They understand this is the way we do it. They don't have to be the best, but they understand that with the expectations. They don't have to be the best, but they do know expectations. And, he mentioned Nick Saban. I mean, I still think Kirby Smart runs an insane asylum there still until other words noted. They just get good players. But that's still an insane asylum. Although it's been kind of quiet. I mean, the football season's been over for, 2 months? I mean, 3 months? I haven't heard. I mean, that place has been kind of quiet. I don't know. They've got the inmates under control right now down in Athens. It's still early, though. Summertime hasn't hit.
I don't know.
Drag racing, it's just Formula One right now. The drag racing season hadn't started.
I think they've had at least one player arrested this off season. So
they have. You mean out of football season, somebody's gone down there,
which feels low if it's only one. But
yeah.
I don't think it's a clean sheet in Athens right now.
Yeah, I'm giving them the clean sheet that Kirby may have. No, that's still kind of insane there. This place that just shows you that the importance of your high school recruiting. You got to keep up with that.
Well, a couple of thoughts on Sark's comments there. Number one, you hear it all the time from players, current and former, good and bad, pro and college, and even down to high school. The best locker rooms are player-led locker rooms.
Yes.
When I hear Steve Sarkisian say, it's pretty cool to see that, the 3rd and 4th year guys in our program are now taking over the reins. They know what's expected of them. They know what we do. They know why we do it, and they can teach it to the younger guys to make sure that the message permeates throughout the entire locker room. That's what you want. That is what you want. That means you have an established culture and everybody knows exactly what's expected of you. And it's not just the coaches who are holding the players accountable. It's the players who are holding their teammates and themselves accountable.
Yeah, I like that because that's great in theory, but I've never been at a place, even with successful teams, that the players get to run. No, you get to vote, but you don't get to make any decisions.
Sure. I mean, look, the coaches are still doing things. This is not
Yeah.
like, the coaches are just leaning back with their hands behind their heads.
No, but sometimes when people say that, I think people always think, oh, no, they made a decision on this. The players make the decision on. No, they get a vote, but they don't get any decisions. I always it's nice to, hey, by the way, it's nice to have a vote.
It's nice to have a vote. Yeah, seat at the table. You'll take it.
You're right.
Yeah, A&M, you got the seat
I
at the
love it.
kids'
I love
table.
it. I love it for this team. That's why June has always been so important. And when they recruit and they just, they crush it then, because now those guys are homegrown guys. And like he says, 3 years later, BK, and I'm not just saying because they don't have to be from the state. They're just your high school guys that grow up in the program. They can be from other places, but 2 or 3 years down the line, those teams have been really, as Sark has done, are good guys that understand it, can help people, whether they come through the transfer portal or just, like I said, some of them out of state. This is how we do it here. That's pretty cool for him.
Yeah, well, and look, I mean, you need the players to be prepared when they get here,
Absolutely.
and you also need them to learn quick. I mean, there's over 100 players, or 85 players on a roster right now, 85 scholarship players, I should say, on a roster right now, but more than 100 on the team. You only have 11 on-field coaches, so you got to have the players holding each other accountable, because it's not like each person has their own personal coach. And this is kind of interesting, too. This is the first year. I know it's year 5 for Steve Sarkisian, but this is year 1 of this being his roster. And what do I mean by that? Well, David Benda was on the team last year. He played under Tom Herman. Like there's been at least one Tom Herman player throughout the entirety of Steve Sarkisian's tenure to this point. So this is the first time that this is truly Steve Sarkisian's team, and the guys who are at Texas, obviously some of them have transferred, but guys who have been at Texas, this is the only thing they've known at the University of Texas. So there's no, this is how we used to do it around here. I like this better. I like that better. This is different. That's different. No, it is all like, this is Steve Sarkisian's program right now, more than it ever has been. And look, I don't say that to scare you. I think that's a good thing for Texas, because the further we've gone away from Tom Herman, the better things have gotten. So, yeah, it's exciting, but that's also a cool little nugget about this culture kind of being where it's at right now. Speaking of
and then
culture,
you talk the importance of summertime. That's catch. I mean, you got to, you can't just, like I said, you don't get to go home. The days of, well, you can go home for a month and we'll see you in August. That stuff's over with. Man, those kids go home to visit. They may have a girlfriend back in a wait somewhere, but dude, they come back here so quick. They are here. They're in the Austin area.
He's talking about training camp. Did you hear him use that
phrase?
Yeah,
because the guys, their training staff can work with them. Coaches can't.
I don't think he meant it like that. I think he's like, oh, this is an NFL style off season. That's just kind of following his bit throughout the last couple of months, as they're running things like an NFL team right now, because they play an NFL type of schedule.
Could be. So, you're right.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, though. There are going to be a lot of guys around Austin. Final exams are going on right now for the next couple of weeks at the University of Texas, so guys are focused more on school. Sark talked about it.
What did you say? What was that you just said? They're focused on what?
They're focused on paying kids to do school for them.
Okay, there you go. That sounded like you sound like you were a student athlete.
I was not a student athlete. I was neither of those things in college.
You were a participant in college activities?
I was a participant who got a sheet of paper somehow at the end of 4 years.
There you go.
Yeah, well, and Sark has called it open gym. No, not our afternoon show from 4 to 6. By the way, check that out if you haven't done so yet. But it's like, yeah, guys can come in, they can work out, they can use the facilities, they can do that. And then, some guys will go home for a little bit, and then boom, we're going to ramp things up back in June. I mean, it's quick, but a lot of guys won't go home. Or if they do go home, it'll be like for a weekend or maybe a week, and then it's
it's about you get about a week in the summertime, and then it's if you're local, if you're a Houston kid or whatever, you can drive. You can drive home for a couple of days, then you're right back here Sunday night, getting ready for a week of working out and doing things on Monday. Yeah, those aren't long. I mean, it used to be back in the day, as I said, when I was a coach, I'd like, do me a favor. I don't want to see you around here this summer. Go home and be with your mom and your girlfriend and stuff. I'll see you in August. I don't need to see you every day around my office, hanging around. I don't want to talk to you that much. I'll talk enough in August to you for the next 6 or 7 months. Go away.
Well,
now it's like, no, you get to go home a week. I need to see you next week. If you tell your coach, well, I'm going to go be doing this oh, I'm going to Europe for 3 weeks, that coach will look at you like, where? Going to Europe? Who? Where are you?
Oh, you're going to Paris, Texas for a couple
Yeah,
of days? Very
yeah, that's
nice.
about it.
Oh, you're going
You
to
don't get to
Italy,
do
Texas? No,
you don't get
cool.
to do that anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, and the easy sell is, well, do you want to win a national championship or not? Like, we need everybody all in, not like Jerry Jones all in. We need people actually all in, fully invested on, going above and beyond, not
Yeah,
just
it's
when we
just
get to
so
fall
different. I
camp.
mean, those NIL people that are paying some of your freight, there's places there that they like to have you this summer. They'd like to meet, you got to go meet some folks here. You're making good money through them, BK. They've got a schedule for you. They don't
Sure.
just give you that money. There's some places that
Oh,
they need
well,
you to show up to in the summertime.
a few play. They do just give you the money, but some people
Yeah,
actually have NIL deals where you're right. And the coaches, I mean, they have to, and they know that. They want their players to get paid, and that's how you keep them
absolutely.
happy. So they'll accommodate those sorts of events and appearances when they're out
Yeah,
there.
the
But
big timers like, the quarterback's doing some commercial shoots and things like that. So
mhm,
it's they they'll give you your money, but there's some things you need to do to get your money.
yeah. And for some people, it's just show up and then you'll get your
Yes.
money. That's all it takes. Well, hey, the transfer portal's obviously a big deal. NIL's obviously a massive deal. And we've talked about this a lot this offseason, but Texas, yeah, they lost a couple of players to the portal. Everybody does. But they didn't lose any key contributors, right?
No.
Like no guys who were expected to start, no guys who were really expected to be in the two deep ended up departing the program. And really, that's part of the culture that Texas has built. And Steve Sarkisian was asked about just keeping guys here and keeping guys happy in this era of college football where it feels like nobody's happy and everybody wants more money. Everybody wants
Sure.
more playing time. Everyone wants that instant gratification to get what they want right now. Here was Sark talking about, how they've been able to keep guys around and keep guys, once again, happy.
Hard work works, right? And when we can recognize the hard work and when we can show in real time why somebody else is earning more playing time than somebody else in that moment, that it's not, we say it all the time. We're capable of anything around here. We're entitled to nothing. And entitlement is a really scary thing in college football right now that we have to fight against. We have to monitor really closely because the moment you feel entitled, that hard work doesn't quite kind of match up with what the expectations might be, right? Because the worst word in sports is potential. That is the worst word. You never, I tell our players all the time, you never want to be labeled a guy with great potential because that means you're not him, right? That means you aren't living up to what you're capable of being. And so we tend not to shy away from it. We talk to it. We embrace it. Expectations are what they are for the program, but expectations are what they are for the individual players too, right? Nobody came to Texas just to put on a t-shirt anymore that says Texas football. Guys are coming here with the right things in mind, right? Get a great degree, compete for championships, get developed, and then have an opportunity to fulfill their dreams of playing in the NFL.
Yeah, nothing's given here anymore. It's all earned, and that's really, really important. When we talk about, they don't lose players, and initially when I first said that statement a couple of years ago, it was, these kids here, it's not because of NIL money, it's not because of the atmosphere that they leave. The good players are still staying. And when you look around the country, that doesn't happen at every place over the last couple of years. Even the good teams, it'd be nice if I could say, well, Notre Dame, it doesn't happen to Notre Dame or Georgia or Alabama, teams like that. It does happen to them. They've lost players to Texas.
Yeah. Right.
So it doesn't work for everybody. So that's not one of those, well, everybody around the Ohio States of the world are keeping, the great players. Nobody's losing them. No, they're losing players. Texas, quite frankly, hasn't lost, not since this guy has been here over the last couple of years, losing a player because they were a good player and they wanted to play someone. They just figured that they can't play here. It doesn't mean they don't go somewhere and become good players, but they're not losing them because they're not satisfied with what happens at Texas. So that's not necessarily true with everybody.
Right. Well, that's why on-field success is so important. And that's also why having 23 draft picks in the last 2 years is so
Right. And
important.
the culture that you're setting here.
Because you can easily look at, let's just say there's like a 5-star freshman this year who is just not happy with his playing time, doesn't think he's on the field enough, and he's thinking about entering the portal once this year is done. You can just say, hey, man, like, look, you're welcome to do that, but Look at all these guys we've sent to the league. We've sent
You're
more
right.
players to the NFL draft the last 2 years than any other team in college.
Yeah, this guy's
football.
stuck around here for another 2 years, and look where he is right now.
Right. Like this guy didn't play very much early. Gunnar Helm's a perfect example of that. Like Gunnar Helm was a backup for his first 3 years at Texas, and he just stayed the course. He could have gone somewhere else, but he stayed here, got his opportunity in his final year, and boom, turned into an NFL draft pick. And oh, by the way, also set school records at his position and helped us make it to the college football playoff. So like it's one thing when you can just sell a dream and sell a hope and sell a vision. Like, here's what I want you to be. But when you actually have like tangible evidence of, no, here's what you can be. Look, it's happened to this exact guy at this position.
Yes.
And that's a cool part about Texas in these last few years. Steve Sarkisian has had at least one player drafted at every single position on offense and defense. So it's literally like a guy at any single spot, whether it's, offensive lineman or running back or safety or whatever. There's an example of player who stayed the course at Texas and ended up getting developed into an NFL draft pick. Like
You're right.
that's massive right there. Obviously, you could tell that to a portal. Hey, Andrew Makuba, we got Andrew Makuba here. Look what we just did to Matthew freaking Golden. Turn that dude into a first-round pick. Like, you're thinking about going somewhere else. That's great, but like here's
you're wondering. You think that was going to happen to him at Houston? He may have gotten drafted, but I don't think he'd have been a number one pick.
No, I don't know if that would have happened to Golden if he went to like Alabama last year. Like, it's just, the Stark offense and being with a good quarterback and all the talent around him. Like, yeah, there's Texas has never had any problems recruiting, Buck. You've told me that for years. But
no, it's not. No, when you work at it as a recruiter here, it's pretty. I mean, it's not simple, but you have all the means. There's to me is I just need to get you on campus. Let me get you on this campus and around these people, and then it'll sell itself. It really will. And now the team sells itself, and now the success has sold itself. The weight training staff has sold itself. Guys going to the NFL, the head coach, guys not leaving. There's nobody coming in and buying your players away from you. You got a good program. People want your number twos. They come in and take them away. Those number twos go, it's my turn next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's amazing. Texas has so much depth on its roster, and guys who are expected to be big contributors just are not leaving, and that's the sign of a very healthy program.
By the way, you can get your degree at the University of Texas. Yeah, BK, yes, you can get a degree here.
I'm wearing headphones, so I guess there's no point in me getting closer to my computer speaker.
Yes.
That's not gonna.
You can get a degree from the University of Texas, yes, and that will help you out because you won't be playing football. If you're fortunate enough to play the game, that's important. But the kind of people that you'll meet on this campus, that's really important.
Well, speaking of people, that's a good segue. By the way, quick shout out to Mini Bevo Lance Jason.
Yeah, 3-year-old birthday today.
Happy birthday to Mini Jason out there.
Nice.
Hopefully he's listening. Thanks for listening in the car on the way to school, Jason and Mini Jason. Good stuff right there. All right, Buck, you talked about the quality of people. I thought this was a good one from Steve Sarkisian. I don't know how often he's been asked this, but he was asked about what he looks for in the coaches that he hires. Obviously, a lot of coaching staff transition. Tashard Choice going to the NFL, Terry Joseph going to the NFL, Blake Gideon going to be a defensive coordinator at Georgia Tech. Josh Pate asked Steve Sarkisian about what he looks for when he goes throughout his coach hiring.
A lot of what I do is get to know you, right? You wouldn't have got to this level to where you're getting recommended for a job at the University of Texas if you didn't know some level of football, right? But what kind of person are you, right? Are you going to enhance this building? Because we've got a great thing going. We've got a great building here. And the last thing is I want to infect this building with something that could really hinder us on the journey that we're on. So the person matters for the coaches that we hire here. And that's on offense, defense, special teams. That's in our scouting and recruiting department. That's in every aspect of our organization. I think if anybody, you talk to anybody around here, is what we have going is the people, right? Because, hey, let me tell you something. Everybody's got great facilities nowadays. And if they don't have them, they're building new ones, okay? Everybody's got a great stadium, all right? Everybody's got 19 uniforms that they put on week in and week out. So what's going to make us different, okay? The people. And so if all I'm worried about is how smart you are as a coach and neglect maybe who you are as a person, sooner or later I'm going to fail in that hiring process. And so I try to learn you as a person to make sure that you can align with or where we're headed as a program from a mentality standpoint.
Yeah, and that's coming from a guy who had a second chance at the living that he really, really loves. So he understands about giving people opportunities. When he brought his staff here when they were at Alabama, and then they all of a sudden a bunch of those guys come here. Dude, there's not many programs in the country that put up with people that have monkeys and pole dancers as girlfriends. People will go, no, you can't bring them here. But he had to know those people as people. That was the important part of it. They're good people, they're good coaches, but they're truly good people. You don't get to do that when you come to places like Texas it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's Texas or if it's some little school around the corner. When the people socially are don't fit in, dude, it's like, no, you can't bring them here. We can't have that. But he knew he knew his staff, he knew the people around him as people, because he got an opportunity. Somebody gave him a chance.
Yep.
Somebody at Alabama said, you know what, we believe in you. Somebody at Texas believed in him enough as a head coach that he knew he had to make the right kind of decision in people. But he also had to make a decision on, if it was a little tough, no matter what you think, this is a good person. These are good people. This is a good couple. The monkey's a good monkey. This isn't a bunch of bullshit. Where others may say, no, that's not happening. We can't do it. There's got to be an easier route. He took sometimes maybe the hard route because he's gone through it himself.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly well said, right? I mean, Steve Sarkisian's life story has given him some perspective to appreciate every moment, and that's got to be tough. And as a college football coach, especially in today's landscape, to actually, really appreciate where you are and what you have going on. But you can tell Sark has a lot of perspective from, just falling from the top, like having everything taken away from him by his own doing, by the way.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would love to sit down with him and talk to him about how does he deal with his sobriety during the course of a football season, because it's not just him taking care of a bunch of kids and making sure his staff and being in control and the head of that. I'd like to know from him someday how he deals with his own sobriety, because he's a guy who goes to meetings. He's probably on the computer talking for meetings, a couple times a week. I don't know how he does that, because that's a lot. That's a lot going on in your mind, worrying about this, that, and that, and then worried about your own sobriety.
Sure.
Because you always have to look at that. And that's got to be first and foremost. As much as we think the money's great and the players are great and he's got a new baby is great, his sobriety has to be at the front of everything in his mind,
Well, it's a pretty stressful job, I would think.
Yes.
And stress is what causes a lot of people to drink. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into being the head coach at the University of Texas. And Sark, to this point, has done a tremendous job balancing things on the field and off the field. And it's been pretty cool to see. And I like he used the word infect, right? Like, we don't want to bring somebody in who's going to infect this program with some bad stuff. He's worked too hard to get back to this point.
That's right. That's exactly right. He's worked too hard in his life to get to this point.
Yeah, just to get lazy with the hiring or something like that could screw up his program, right?
You're right. Yeah.
And I think he realized, I mean, he said it, so I know he realizes it. Texas is the best job in college football right now. And I mean, Texas is a better job than a lot of NFL gigs right now.
And most of it's sports.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he doesn't want to lose that. Like, you get the opportunity to be a head coach at the place like the University of Texas. You're not going to go up from here. This is about as good as it gets. This is a dream job of all dream jobs. So you don't want to do something like bring in bad people who are going to just knock you off the top and, prevent you from being able to be here long term. Because I believe Steve Sarkisian when he says, like, this is where he wants to stay. And I hope he's here for the next, 15, 20 years, however long he wants to remain a coach in college football. Because that means, things are going incredibly well for him. Things are going incredibly well for Texas. But I think, his life story just kind of gives him that perspective to know what he's doing and to make sure that he continues to do everything, just about everything right.
Yeah, like I said, I'd like to talk to him about how he preserves his sobriety. I mean, people do it differently. I've done it differently, but I guarantee you the pressure he's under, nothing like the pressure that I'm under. The pressure I'm under is the fact that I have to take care of first before I take care of anything else. And it works the same with him, because that's the way he lost all his stuff. So you don't want that. You don't ever want to repeat in that. So if you don't take care of that, BK, it can happen just like that,
Yeah, Coach Sark doesn't know the pressure of planning 24 consecutive mullet opens now, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, so you've been through a lot.
But
You're under a lot of
that
pressure.
dude is also, you've lost. I've never lost a gig because I've lost some things that weren't quite the same because of my alcoholism. But that guy has lost. He has lost. He's got a second chance. So he must have been a pretty good person for somebody to give that, that next chance to. People must have thought of him as a good person that had an addiction. So I guarantee you that good person that has had an addiction or has an addiction, I guarantee takes care of that first, because that's the thing that can tumble him right down to the ground.
Sure. Yeah, that's well said. You know that.
But
from
like
your
he
personal...
said, he's got to have good people around him. So like when you're dealing with the kind of stuff that the sort of people that he had to bring to Texas, there are a lot of places that would have just said, no, you can't do it, coach. We're giving you this job, but you want to bring that person. Guess what? Can't do it. We can't do it here. But they believe in him, and he's shown that it works.
I give Chris Del Conte a lot of credit, right?
Yes.
There were a lot of Texas fans who were questioning the hire, right? And not for on-field stuff. It's just, did you not see what happened there? Like, do you really trust this guy that he's got his life turned around and this, that, and the other?
As you said, BK, it can disappear from you in an instant if you screw up.
Well, it was the furthest thing from a home run hire when it was made, and it was far from a sure thing. But he got it right. This hire's been great, and you're right. Yeah, and Sark, I think, realizes that he can quickly screw this thing up, and he doesn't want to go through that again, because he was. Some people, like just average Joes who, whether it's an addiction or whether it's whatever, who just like mess up something and their whole life starts to fall apart. That happens behind closed doors, right? Like that stuff happens all the time. We just don't hear about it because it's random person in random place. The whole world saw Steve Sarkisian at his worst moments. Like I remember, man, we used to play, like the first radio job I ever had with the late great Sean Adams and Chip Brown. I remember playing like drops of Steve Sarkisian at the USC pep rally, just being, pissed drunk and embarrassing himself.
Yeah.
And that obviously went viral and everyone caught wind of it. And it's just like, and everybody got to see this dude. Yeah. Everybody got to see him basically hit rock bottom, like right before our eyes. And look, I love a good turnaround story. I love a good second chance story. I think most human beings do.
Yes.
But when it's one that literally unfolds right before our eyes, and it's cool. Obviously, as Texas fans, we're getting to see it closer than anybody else.
That dude has a baby now at 50, like 51, 52 years old.
Yeah,
he's that part of his life where he and his wife are comfortable enough to have a child at that age, and as busy as both their lives are right now, that's incredible. Right now it's an incredible success story, really.
Yeah, well, he's got a walk-on son on the Texas football team, and just had a new son. So it's great to see. We were going to get to the story, but since people are commenting about it, Buck, the breaking news in college football, a day that I don't think you ever thought was going to come. Cam Rising announced yesterday that he is retiring from football. His college career is over.
He did it before Aaron Rodgers.
By the way, Cam Rising, even though he's 25 years old, even though he started his college career at Texas back in 2018, still had an extra year of eligibility.
I know. Oh, no, he had another one going on. You're going to hear about him very shortly coaching on somebody's staff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if he wants to get Utah.
One of those guys. Yes.
Yeah. Anywhere he wants to go, probably Utah, because that's where he spent most of his college career. But, he started 3 games last year, then suffered that season-ending injury to his throwing hand. He's dealt with a number of different injuries over his career, which is why he's able to still play in 2025. But he posted on social media yesterday that 2 different orthopedic physicians had advised him to give up football because of that hand injury that kept him out for the majority of the 2024 year.
Was that from the Gatorade bucket?
Yeah, it might have been from the Gatorade bucket. When he got tackled into a Gatorade cooler out of bounds. Forgot about that.
Gatorade is not always good for you.
So, no more Cam Rising in college football, man. I thought that guy was going to play forever.
He reminded me like of a young Johnny Unitas. He looked old before he was old.
He's 25. That is old for college football.
Dude,
you got 18 and 19-year-olds out there.
That dude was limping around and trying to play the position.
I
and
just I
doing
can't.
okay too.
Yeah,
How many degrees does that guy have?
at
He's
least
probably got
14.
he's got 3 or 4 teams, right?
I mean, he should. He should have
Wow.
multiple degrees, right? An undergrad and at least one grad degree. Hell, he's probably triple majored and gotten a PhD at this point.
Yeah, that guy will be a coach. He'll have success coaching.
Yeah. So, man, lifetime Longhorn. Do we call him? I guess he transferred out and didn't graduate from here. So I don't
Nah,
know.
he was gone too soon. He's a Utah guy.
Yeah, he was a Texas Longhorn at one point back in
So was Brew
2018.
McCoy. Wasn't
So
Brew
was
McCoy one too? He's
Br-
retired now.
Brim McCoy was a Texas Longhorn for what, a month?
Yeah,
That
he's
was the
retired because he
wildest.
sucks.
That was maybe the wildest recruitment of all time. It was just committed and then enrolled and then unenrolled and decommitted and flipped and transferred. I mean, every recruiting term that's ever been invented, I
Oh
think,
yeah.
was applied to Brew
I
McCoy
never knew
at
how
one
the hell
point.
he ever got to Tennessee. How did he make that full circle? Because wasn't he on the West Coast
Yeah,
for a year?
yeah, West Coast kid, originally committed to USC, then flipped to Texas, then signed with Texas, enrolled at Texas, and then flipped like a week into starting the semester here in the winter. He's like, oh, I don't like it here. I'm getting homesick. So he went back to USC, and then he ended up transferring from there all the way across the country to Tennessee
Wow.
for the last couple of years of his career. And he was alleged of doing some bad stuff off the field as well. And I don't know. I don't miss him too much. Go ahead
No.
and say that. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chat is rocking and rolling as well. Someone on the code of text line says Cam Rising retired as soon as he was eligible for Medicare. See,
Yes.
there's no need for that, but it might be accurate. It
You're
might
right.
be accurate. All right, we'll get into some more sports stories. Also, an interesting tweet from Dan Orlovsky about a spousal habit that I want to get into. Also, we have a list of the countries with the hottest women in the world, our top 5 list of countries with the most beautiful women. So we'll get to that as well. But before we shift gears here, let's give another round of sponsor shout outs.
Shout out our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. They have all the liquor, they have all the beer, they've got everything that you want to have a fantastic weekend. And whether you're having a big party gathering, they're a wholesale distributor, they can get the alcohol to you. They get it all over this area here. They can get it to you. But do go by the store and check out the fine selection of wines and spirits that they have there. And it is 34 Wine and Spirits, where you will find Altstadt Beer, folks.
Yes, sir. The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. They are fully stocked with Altstadt at 34 Wine and Spirits, and well, they sell it at just about every grocery store around town as well. And if you're going to be hitting the town, oh man, it's already Thursday, right?
Yes.
That's close enough to the weekend.
Sun is shining, brother.
Sun is shining. It's a little thirsty Thursday action. If you want to ring in the weekend the right way, do it a day early, number one, and do it with the greatness that is Altstadt beer. It's the only beer that I drink. They've got a bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, the Hefeweizen, the light, the peach radler that just took home a gold medal for the best fruit beer in the world at the World Beer Cup just last week. This stuff is fantastic. We're just lucky enough to have it here in our own backyard. Brewed in Fredericksburg, but available all across the great state of Texas. Get you some the next time you're at the store. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Our good friends at Woods Comfort Systems. That thing is going to click on, folks, because it's about to happen to us. The heat is going to be on, and it's about to start coming, I believe, next week. Obviously, Mullet Open is Friday, which will probably be the hottest day so far of the new year. It always seems to be, but you want to make sure that your air conditioning system is working properly, and folks at Woods Comfort System can do just that. They've got great technicians that can come out to you, but it doesn't matter. If you need plumbing done, they do that. If you need air conditioning done, we know they do that. And when the winter comes, they'll be there for heating too. They have been doing this for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
No, sir. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name. Shout out to them. And also some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. If you're looking for a good Mother's Day gift, maybe for your mother of your children,
Mother of children?
a mother of your children,
There you go.
How about a new kitchen? How about a new bathroom? How about a new patio? She's been like, man, I want to go outside. Oh, our friends have this great outdoor grill and setup. Why don't we have this at our McCall Custom Homes can take care of you.
Yeah, I want to talk to Mike because my wife, our screened-in porch in the back, she's kind of done with some of the screens. She'd like to put some windows in part of it and some screens that she can take out and clean. So I want to talk to Mike about possibly getting some stuff done here on my little patio out back. So I'm excited about talking to him and getting that done. Because if Mama wants it done, it's got to get done.
It's got to get done. Make sure you take care of
children.
Yeah, the mother of your children. McCall Custom Homes, the best in the business, and they've been in business in Central Texas for 40 years. Custom home builders and renovators, top quality. They use the best materials, great people, big Longhorn fans, big TSU supporters. And right now, they are offering TSU listeners a free estimate. So you can have them out to your place, talk about your ideas for your home. They'll tell you what they think could work and won't work, and this, that, and the other. And then you can go from there. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. One more time, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Or you can reach out to our buddy Mike directly, 512-633-9580. Call him or text him, and he'll be happy to come out to your place and chop it up with you. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Very nice.
All right, what do you want to get to this Dan Orlovsky tweet, or do you want to get to the countries with the hottest women, or do you want to get to
Let's get Orlovsky, and then we'll get to the hottest women.
Okay, so
I already know right now Spain needs to be one of them. Because, I'm trying to get those vacations to Spain, and I don't care if people crap on the floor of the plane. I need to get to my business in Spain.
You're trying to get to Spain?
Yeah, I'd like to go to Spain someday.
Why is that? Just because of the women?
Well, I would like to get to Spain. Better not be saying anything about the women. I got a boss downstairs.
Yeah, be careful.
Yes.
She might be listening this morning if she's at the house.
Yeah.
That could be dangerous right there. All right, well, speaking of the boss, Dan Orlovsky had a tweet that went viral a couple of days ago. Just a pretty simple question about marriage habits and about sleeping habits.
Okay.
The tweet was, does your spouse use the snooze button? Do you judge them for it? Mine does, and yes, I do. She also sets an alarm for abnormal times like 6:07 or 6:18 instead of 6:05 or 6:20. I judge that also. I'm going to break this up into two here. Snooze button. If you're by yourself, it feels okay, right? Because you're not waking anybody up with 15 different alarms going off. But if you are with a partner, is the snooze button kosher? And if so, how many times can you use the snooze button before you, as the other person in the bed, are allowed to get mad?
I don't use a snooze button. I have an alarm that just kind of, my wife is not good with her ears. She doesn't hear very well. So she doesn't hear like my alarm go off. So I'll use that, but I'm awake before my alarm goes out. And I definitely don't do snooze. Once my alarm goes off and it is the thing that wakes me up, I'm up. But generally 10, 15 minutes before that even happens, I'm starting to move around. And once I move, I got to pee. And once I pee, I'm not going back to bed. But there is no such thing as a snooze button in my room.
Does she snooze?
No, she doesn't hit a snooze button. When I get up, generally, it doesn't take her long because when I get up, that means Zach wakes up, and I can't like tiptoe around. I make too much noise. I'm not, I'm old. I bump into shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I just go and I run the water in the bathroom, eventually the dog will hear that. Or when the sliding door that I have slides and I bang and it goes boom and it bounces back, it's over with. There's no. I'm not good at being. I try. I could never sneak out of I could sneak out of the house, but no, I'm not good at it because I bump into shit. I'm old. Old people bump into things.
Young people bump into things too.
Well, yeah, because they're generally hungover or whatever from the next last night.
Well, it's why I don't put a bunch of stuff on my walls. Like I live alone, and I feel like most guys who live alone don't have a bunch of random stuff on the walls. Case in point. And I'm staying at my parents' house last night, and my girlfriend's here too. She's sleeping there. I'm trying to be quiet this morning, right? Going over to the next room to do the show, and I ran into like a chair that was just randomly on the floor.
Oh, I hate the chair.
There's this small little like square painting, like tiny thing, just on the wall right by the door. And it's like, it's stuff that I guess looks good, but I'm running into everything here, just making
I
all
like
sorts of
consistency
noise.
in my place where I can, if I close my eyes, if I become sight impaired, that I could get around that place and know that's there, that's going to happen. I don't like surprises. I don't like surprise chairs where they come out from underneath the desk, where generally they're pushed underneath the desk. I mean, I want to walk at night that I know that I'm not, but it's still, I'm old. My balance, I don't walk in a straight line. You know what I mean? I still have that balance beam up top of my property that I'm supposed to walk a couple times a day, which I've only used one time.
You
I've
have
got
a balance beam?
yeah, I bought a cedar 10-footer that I'm supposed to be able to walk across and close my eyes and walk across it, and it's supposed to help my balance. I've used it one time. It's been here for 2 years.
What are you, Bucky Biles here? What are you doing?
It's sitting up there. I'm eventually going to take the chainsaw to it and make little cinder blocks and do something with. But no, I don't walk in a straight line.
No, you don't. You got to try that balance beam, man. I didn't realize you had that. That might help you a little bit.
No, I just figure, man, how hard am I going to hit something? I do hate hitting chairs at night. I do hate ramming my toe into something. That drives me out of my mind.
It's the
But I'm
worst.
pretty good. I'm pretty good at knowing what's in my house now.
There you
You
go.
know, I got the 18 flights of steps. I can walk down those with no problem, get up them. But it's the, oh no, somebody didn't push the chair back in or something like that. But no snooze buttons. I would be very disappointed.
Well, that's like, yeah, I'm not a snoozer. I set about 6 or 7 alarms every morning.
Seriously, that many alarms? The one on your phone isn't enough to wake you?
It's just paranoia. Like I am so terrified. I've obviously never been late for a show that you and I have done together,
Right.
but it's like I'm paranoid. Like, oh, my phone's gonna shut off in the middle of the night, or I have a clock radio. Oh, the clock radio is going to break, so I can't use just that. Or I also have an Alexa alarm. Oh, the Alexa's gonna, I'm gonna lose power, and the Alexa's gonna disconnect. And I usually am up before the first alarm goes off. I usually turn off all of my alarms before any of them go off. But it's always the first one for me. I don't snooze. It's not. I don't set a bunch of them because I'm going to turn it off and then sleep for 5 more minutes, and then the next one will
I
go
can't
off.
imagine. That won't work for me sleeping for 5.
No.
I'm up half the night anyway. I'm not going to get 5 minutes is not going to do anything. Here's somebody who says 5 times or more each morning. It just drives them crazy. I mean, seriously, their girlfriend.
There's got to be like a 2 snooze max or something. Like, because it's again, if you're by yourself, it's fine. Snooze. If that's what you like doing, that's okay.
Yeah.
But if there's somebody else in the room who is still trying to sleep, you cannot have a beep, beep, beep going off like every 5 minutes for a half hour or a full hour. I mean, that's so disrespectful. Like, I couldn't imagine sleeping next to somebody. That's enough to break up with somebody right there. Honestly.
Yeah, somebody's catching elbows to the head if that happens. That would just drive me crazy. Like I said, when I'm up, I'm up. I've been an early morning person. I like it, and I don't stay up late at night. If you catch me up past midnight, there's something wrong. That means I'm starting to drink again or something because I'm in bed. I need my sleep because that's just the way my body works now. Mm-hmm. And once again, when you get to be an old, things start to go, and that's just the way it's going to happen. Now on the weekends, I'm thinking the latest I've slept is to like 7:15 on a weekend.
That's the latest you've slept?
Yeah, I can't get past that.
Yeah,
Once the sun comes up, it's like there's something out in this world that I need to see when there ain't shit going on.
Well, that's good. I mean, you get enough sleep and you get enough sunlight, so that's a good combination right there. But yeah, I'm out on the multiple snooze bit. I don't care about the abnormal alarm times. I mean, that is abnormal. Like, why would you not do, 6:10 or 6:15 instead of 6:07 or 6:18? I don't quite get that
phone,
bit.
And Jason puts his phone across the room so he gets up and goes to do it. I know my phone is right beside me, so when it beeps, I just reach over, and like I said, most of the time I'm already up. My phone and my gun are close enough that I can reach to them. I don't want to walk across the room to get my gun.
Don't get those confused.
Huh?
Don't get those confused.
No. I know which one. I know which one has the click part to it, and the one that I can just tap the button. So I don't want to wake up to go across a room and shut something off. It's just right there, and about the first beep, that's it for me. It's got me up, but I can't imagine somebody dealing with somebody that hits the snooze or can you give me another 10 minutes? Really?
I know. That's a bad bit right there. That is a
And no, I
bad
can't.
bit.
I don't. And my wife doesn't like to be wakened. She does when she sleep. She gets her early morning deal is important to her. So I mean, like I said, when I go into the bathroom, I can't go full get on every light, start slamming water on and doing. I'm like a quiet, just kind of putting water on my face and brushing my teeth. I don't know. She can't hear anything else, but she seems to be able to hear me brushing my teeth. I don't get that bit.
That's random. Yeah, well, that's good for you for trying to be nice and respectful to the person sleeping next to you. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Like you got to wake up earlier. You let them sleep a little bit longer.
I love Eddie G. He goes, I give her 2 snoozes, then I push her ass off the bed.
Yeah,
I mean, really?
yeah.
People go through those. I can't have that kind of confrontation that early in the morning.
Well,
That
that's
doesn't
why
make
I
for a good
like.
day.
No, yeah. You don't want to be fighting when you go to bed, and you don't want to be fighting when you wake up in the morning because that's a recipe for disaster
Oh,
right
for the
there.
whole day.
For the whole day. Yeah, it really is a good idea to put your phone on the other side of the room for alarm purposes, but also like, I mean, I'm guilty of this. I always use our job as the excuse. Like when I wake up, it's like I have to check Twitter and I have to check the ESPN app because I'm like, oh, what did I maybe miss in the world of sports? Like, oh, George Pickens got traded at like 6 a.m. yesterday. Like there's stuff like that happens where if I don't check my phone, I'm not going to find out about it, and then our show's not going to be as good.
Have you ever
But
put the phone actually in the bed with you? I always hear
yeah,
these weird things about, oh no, it'll give you brain cancer and stuff if you put it like under your pillow. I get a little nervous about that, but if I travel, I'll take it off the stand and put it actually in the bed. So the alarm part,
yeah,
just that vibration will wake me up. I'm weirded out. That's about the only time I'm weirded out is when I travel because I go early morning flights. I'm the first thing out with the 2 girls that want to talk about their whole trips at 6 o'clock in the morning flying
mhm.
with me. They're the ones that we're going to talk about what's going to happen over the weekend. Okay, girls, it's going to happen. Let's not discuss how it's going to happen on the flight when I want to get that extra hour and a half sleep in.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I don't even remember what I was gonna say. It's total brain fart right there.
That's all right. You're allowed to have those.
I don't know.
When
Yeah,
I have
it's
those, that means it's almost time for me to stop being on the air. That's how I
yeah.
figure that. If I go through one or more of those at a time, that means somebody on the text line will say, "Buck, I think it's time."
Hello. Yep.
It's here.
I will say this, and you can criticize me for this, and this is my worst sleeping habit, I think, besides the fact that I don't sleep well enough. Um, when I'm at home, I've got the clock radio, I've got the Alexa, and I've got my phone.
Oh my God,
So I've
Alexa.
got
What does
I'm good.
Alexa do?
You just say, "Hey Alexa, set an alarm for 6 a.m."
Does
And
she
then
talk in the morning?
no, so just play a sound,
Okay, cool.
and then you just say, "Alexa, stop." That's it. So it's very easy to do, very easy to have.
Can you
So
have
when I'm
Alexa? Can you have Alexa actually talk to you to wake you up in the morning?
yeah,
Brad, it's time to get up. Will she do that?
sure, I'm sure.
Wow.
I don't want that. I don't want to hear a
I wanna
woman's
hear-
voice to start the day. No, thank you. I'd like
Nobody
to
does.
I'd like to have a peaceful morning. Thank you very much. But yeah, so again, last night at my parents' place, I was up late watching the Stars. Big one for the Stars. We talked about that at the start of the
Yeah.
show. But that game didn't end until like 11:30. Of course, the adrenaline's still pumping, so I'm not going to bed till like 12:30. But when I'm away, I don't have all of my other systems. I only have my phone. So I said, this is psychopath stuff, but it shows that I care about the people in this show and you, Buck, hopefully. Also shows that I'm a lunatic. So I've got the alarm set, right?
Okay.
And then I also will set a timer on my phone that's like, last night it was like 6 hours. I'll set like a 6 hour timer on my phone. Just it's like I guess a separate source of an alarm.
Okay.
And when my girls like my girls here too, I will have her. She needs to set an alarm on her phone because that's
For
my
you.
secondary device. Yeah, and I will usually wake up before, and I will go to her phone and I will turn it off, so like she doesn't have to hear it. She doesn't have to
Okay.
do anything. But like that's how freaking paranoid I am about oversleeping. Like that, if anybody else has a phone in the room with me and I need to wake up, I need them to set an alarm because I'm so scared that I'm gonna oversleep. I never do it, but I'm so scared it's
Yeah,
gonna happen.
that's weird. When you got a mate or somebody you're sleeping with, there's a lot that goes on to that. Like, coming up in here in June, I'll be married to George for 7 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, of course, it seems like 70, but for 7 years, I have never, and I know this is the only, it's got to be the only female that I've spent time that I'm sleeping with, for more than just a nighter. That I I've never, every guy has farted on his girl or his wife. I've never done that. I can't do. I've never done that.
Like
That's
intentionally,
not.
like you just are like, hey, put your head under the covers real quick, and then
I,
boom,
I've
a little Dutch oven action.
I've never. I don't. We don't have that. That's a. I don't know if it's a weird relationship that guys and gals have, that it just happens, or it happens by accident the first time, and now it becomes a game, becomes a fart game. But I've never done that.
Yeah, I'm out on that too.
That would be unacceptable to her.
No,
That would
yeah,
be that would be a fight.
I agree with Joyce on that one. Like
You do?
I
You
don't
haven't
need.
done. Yeah, that's not going to happen, right?
I'm too clean of a person, like to just
Doesn't mean you're
bodily.
not clean.
I don't want people farting on me, and I think it's weird to fart on somebody else. So I don't know. Yeah, people do it. That's a thing for sure.
It's a thing in relationships. It's like
Uh,
a weird thing. I'm like, I just have never. This is the only person I've never done that with. It's just,
yeah,
it's weird. I think she would think that there's something wrong with me. Like mentally, she already thinks there's some mental things wrong with me anyway. But to do that, that's asking for like a big argument over, like, that's disgusting. Why would you do that? Well, in other relationships, it's like, why wouldn't you do that?
you're right. I mean, I've got some good friends who like it'll just be like me, him, and the girlfriend or like the wife just hanging out, and we'll just like rip ass right in front of them, and it's like.
Yeah, I've never done that.
The girl and I, because even I'm like, I don't even want my friends doing that around me. I'm like, come on, like, you don't need to do this right here. Get up or whatever.
I've never done that before. I'm just feel weird. It's 7
I know.
years. I mean,
Yeah, and Jake's like, I'd argue it's weird that you haven't done that. Yeah, there are plenty of
I
people who are like
see.
that. I just, well, it shows that you love your wife if you're willing to make
Well,
that sacrifice to her.
it's not. We're
Um,
just not at that point, and probably never will get to that point.
yeah, it's, to each his own, right? It's every relationship is different. Everybody does things that other relationships would find
I'm
weird,
surprised
and
you haven't done it. That's
I
great.
know. Yeah, not for me. All right. While we're talking about relationships and
All right.
women, how about the 5 countries with the most beautiful women in the world? This is a recent article from InsiderMonkey.com. You familiar with their work?
No, I'm not. I'm not for sure. I know about that monkey.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know about that monkey either. But in this article, we're going to take a look at the 5 countries with the most beautiful women in the world. There's also a top 20 list. We can get to some of the other ones here in a moment, but we'll go 5-1 here, Buck. But
Okay.
I want to let you guess. I guess I'll let you guess first before we give the list. Do you think you know any or all of the top 5?
Well, I know one. As I said, Spain would be mine. Would be one of mine. I
Spain
got
is
people
Spain
like
is
blonde, so I got to give Switzerland would have to be one.
okay. You are 0 for 2 so far.
Wow. What about my
Mm-hmm.
French people?
0 for 3.
What about the Canucks?
Vancouver?
Yeah, what about those? What about those people?
Um,
Because
no.
I would put USA as number one, period.
Yeah, we've got a lot. It helps that we have one of the biggest populations in the world. You know, we have a lot of unattractive women in our country, but we also have a lot of very attractive women in our country. So if we're just talking from a overall mass quantity standpoint, I feel like we're number one, right?
Yeah, I would say Germany.
Easy on that guy. No, you're struggling here. You've not gotten a single one right in this top 5.
Really?
You've gotten a few in the top 20, but none in the top 5 just yet. We'll go 5-1 here.
Thailand.
No, there are no Asian countries unless Russia is an Asian country.
Russia
So
are they one?
here's 5-1. Number 5, the Czech Republic.
Oh, everybody likes those little gymnasts.
I didn't even know that was a country. What happened to Czechoslovakia? Are they not together anymore?
I don't know. Russia may own them now.
Number 4, the aforementioned Russia. That is the largest country in the world by area, so I guess they've got a chance to have a lot of good-looking women.
They don't speak English, so I have a problem with that.
You don't speak English over there?
No. Sometimes.
So I have a problem with that. Number 3, Greece.
Okay.
Any interest in going over there?
Go to Spain first.
Okay. Number 2, Poland. High cheekbones, full lips, and pale skin. Apparently, that is an attractive combination of traits, according to
I
this
guess
article.
they come over with green cards and they come and then they stay for a while. Polish, you got to marry one of those ladies and bring them over.
Like a mail order bride?
Yeah, that's a mail order bride place. That in Russia.
Now
Yeah,
I'm worried.
it seems to get a lot of those. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll tell you what, if in today's economy, in today's society, I'm a little worried when I see mail order bride. I'm not entirely sure what exactly I'm getting.
Yeah, you're going to get a mail.
Is it a bride or is it a mail? What am I getting here? And number 1, we've had a few people actually comment and text this in. So good guesses for you people out there. Colombia. Had to get a South American
There you
country
go.
on
Okay.
there. Colombian women,
And how
healthy
about San
hair,
Antonio?
exotic eyes. I didn't say fattest women in the world. Charles Barkley. I said most attractive women in the world.
Spain does not make the list.
Spain is number 18
Wow.
in the top 20. That feels too low. Again, I haven't been to most of these places, so I don't know how qualified I am to. I'm literally basing this off of like Olympics and World Cup events when they show of course, the television broadcasts go out of their way to show the hottest women every single time, which keep doing that, please.
Oh,
Thank you
well,
very
I did
much.
go to that World Cup game at the Cotton Bowl, with my son. That was, 20, 30 years ago. And that was Colombia was there. And I've never seen, they don't wear any clothes in the stands. I know that.
That helps.
That helped. Yeah, they didn't care to. Should
That's
have thought of that.
That's going to sway my opinion one way or
Yeah.
another. If it's an attractive woman and one of them is wearing clothes and the other one is not, I know my preference there.
Italy's got to be in the top 5, I would think.
Well, we just gave you the top 5. I can give you 6 through 10. Sweden is 6.
Okay.
There are good things about the Swedish women. I mean, if you like blonde hair and blue eyes and pale skin, that's where you need to go. Iceland is number 7. Same thing, another Nordic country, probably all blonde hair, blue-eyed women.
Got enough cold women. No, thank you.
Team USA, we're number 8. We got
all right. We're in the top 10. That's okay.
350 million people in this country. Like that's a lot of diversity, a lot of beautiful women you're going to find.
Yes, there is.
Brazil is number 9. A lot of people have suggested that, or at least predicted that to be on the list somewhere. I think Brazil should probably be a few spots higher. Again, based on my World Cup watching in
Nothing in Bangkok.
Is Bangkok in Japan?
No.
I know it's not. Japan is number 10. And Bangkok's Thailand. Thailand's number 15 on this list. So there you go. Interesting. Yeah, the hottest girls in the world, according to InsiderMonkey.com, are in Colombia. And then you've got Poland at number 2. I thought we'd get a little more South American action on there. It's a lot of European stuff in the top 5.
See what happens what you do to us, Florida woman? You screw us up and make us 8th?
Blaming the Florida women for this?
Yes.
I'm not going to blame the Florida women. I'm going to blame the Midwest for that one. Usually the warm weather climate. So you got some crazies in Florida. Look, you got plenty of
some time. Remember, I spent some time in Champaign, Illinois, and I'm going to say I understand what you're saying there.
Midwest hot is an expression for a reason.
Yeah, that's true.
It's look, if you like the big women, then
Midwest hot, Florida crazy, yeah.
Yeah, usually the warm weather climate. I mean, Texas has the most beautiful women in the union, don't we?
That's to me. I think there is no doubt about that. That should have put you in the top 5 right there.
It's us or California. I feel like have to be the two. California girls are that warm weather that's sun on them all year round. Like they're in shape. It's you might get some crazies out there. Well, you get some crazies anywhere, but yeah, if we were just looking at Texas and California and a couple of other states in a vacuum, then the U.S. should be number 1. But you're looking at the whole country. Nah, I'm okay with us being a little bit further down the list.
Yeah, I would say, and Puerto Rico has got to be. Is Puerto Rico in there anywhere? But it's you. I mean, that's part of us.
Yeah,
So
don't we own those guys now?
I think that's one of our islands.
Yeah, I don't
Them
see
in St. Lucia and places like that. That's a
who?
part of our staff now, I believe.
St. Lucia?
And in St. Lucia, part of those islands that are around Puerto Rico that we I don't know if they get the vote. I know Puerto Rico gets the vote, so yes, that's
I'm
part
not
of USA.
I'm not Catholic, man. I don't know any saints, you know? I don't know what you're talking about there. I didn't go to that church or
How
that
about our
school.
geography here?
What, we got maps and like such as here?
Okay, Puerto Rico gets the vote when the voting comes. So
What are
yeah, that's a
what
part
are
of
they
us.
voting for?
I
Like,
mean,
did
don't
they
they get the
vote
vote
on
for
the
don't they get the vote in our for our president and stuff like that? Puerto Rico is a part of. I would say Puerto Rico is a part of Puerto Rico, but that's one of the voting states here, right?
did Puerto Rico get to vote on the Utah Hockey Club's new logo?
Oh, I don't know if they did.
Okay. Yeah, I think Puerto Rico gets to vote.
Yeah,
I don't know who they vote for or what they vote in, but I think they get to vote in something.
so they made us number 8 too. But Puerto Rican women are pretty. Yeah, but they're a little crazy too. That's because I
Mm.
grew up around Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they don't call us Texas Geography Unfiltered here, do they?
Yeah, no, they don't. No, they don't. And those girls are a little crazy.
Oh my God.
And they got
Yeah.
lots of brothers that don't like when you come to their house. Yeah.
I gotta do some more world traveling, man. Like I've only left the country a couple of times, so I'm not qualified to really vote on this.
Those islands.
Yeah, those people and those islands. And no, St. Lucia apparently is we got one person saying they're independent and another person who says they're a British territory.
Okay, so there's some more geography people there, right?
Yeah, we're a big geography group here, our listener base.
Yeah, those islands around Puerto Rico, I thought we've captured those. Those belong to us.
I mean,
Except for when
capture them.
the hurricanes come, we don't like to pay for anything. When they get rolled over, hey, hands off. We have nothing to do with that.
You don't remember? Look, I'm not a politics guy, but I do like a good bit when President Trump during his first tenure went down to Puerto Rico and was shooting those rolls of paper towels into the crowd of people right after a
Oh
hurricane. You don't
yeah.
remember that? I mean, that's all time stuff right there. That is what I look for on my politics. So it's good
See, I've
stuff.
been to Puerto Rico. I've been to some places in Puerto Rico.
There you go.
I enjoy Puerto Rico.
Nice, and the women are nice there too, huh?
They're beautiful.
But Colombia is still number one for you of the women that you've seen.
I would say USA, then Puerto
Yeah.
Rico.
Does USA just mean American women, or can that include like all of the
Oh, it's
other?
all the nationalities that
Okay.
together in this melting pot. Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like that should put us near the
It's
top
all
because
of those people.
we've got everything. We got all of those people. All right, here real quick before we hand things off to the boys from Chaos Theory, I do want to get your thoughts on the newest team in American professional sports.
Oh boy.
So we go to the NHL for this one,
Not the WNBA?
not the WNBA.
Because I'm an expert in that.
You are an expert in that. How many games have you watched so far this season?
The season started? I thought that was an exhibition game with what's her name that went to Iowa, Katy Perry or whatever.
Katy Perry, the astronaut?
Katy Perry, the WNBA star.
Caitlin Clark?
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
That was an exhibition, but the WNBA season has started, but they did some random exhibition bit at Iowa where she played her college ball that she played in the other
So
day.
they don't have a team in Carolina, the Carolina Panties?
No, the Carolina Panthers is a football team, I believe.
Okay.
And the NFL, is that you're talking about the Panthers?
Oh yeah, they don't have a WNBA team in Carolina that are Panties or anything, or Florida.
I don't see panties as a team name in the WNBA.
I guess they're not going to do that. I guess that would be pretty obnoxious, right?
I don't see chefs as a team name either.
Okay.
I don't see seamstresses as one,
All right.
or flight attendants, if that's what you're asking about. No, so last year the NHL expanded. They added a 32nd team, and they also had a team move from Phoenix, Arizona, to Salt Lake City, Utah.
Okay.
So the Utah team was called the Hockey Club this past year
Of course.
in their inaugural season. They went with the Washington bit, right? Washington
Right.
football team. Obviously, they ended up switching to Commanders, but Utah was Hockey Club this past year, and then they told people like, "No, we're going to actually pick a team name and a logo and a mascot and this, that, and the other." They opened it up to a vote for residents in the state of Utah, and they have decided on a new team name and a new
Okay.
team logo. We'll do a little screen share here. The newest NHL team. Let us introduce you to the Utah Mammoth, Buck.
A woolly mammoth, that thing that was part elephant, part hog.
I guess so. Is that what a mammoth is?
Yeah, that's prehistoric woolly mammoth. Man,
Yeah. So that's what they're going with there.
that thing can't ice skate.
No,
The Kraken can skate better than that.
You think so?
Yes.
This is, by the way, another sports team that doesn't end with the letter S. Well, most sports teams are pluralized, but Mammoth obviously not. Here's the sweaters.
Like the sweater.
Yeah, I mean, I think this logo is sick. Look, I wanted these Salt Lake Super Soakers.
Oh, God.
Or like the Mormon Mafia or the Mormon Mobsters. How sick would that be? The
That'd have
Mormon
been awesome.
Mobsters. Imagine the logo you could make with that.
Oh, yeah, with some machine guns on the front.
That would be badass right there. Maybe the Fighting Joseph Smiths would have been good.
Oh, great.
Hell, if you're going to go mammoth, just do Mormon mammoths, you know?
9 wives. The 9 wives with the heads of the wives on the front of the jersey. Hell yeah.
The Salt Lake Polygamists.
Yes.
No one else has that name in sports. But no, I mean, I like this. This was one of my favorite. People wanted Yeti, but apparently Yeti, the company, Austin-based, didn't they didn't want that to happen. They have a trademark on it, and they're like, we're not letting you have that.
No, hell no.
And I don't know. Part of me is like, I don't know, isn't that good for you, Yeti brand? Like your name's
No,
going to
it's
be
not.
mentioned
That
a
would be
bunch?
that's a no-go. They got that branded. They're not giving that up ever.
Yeah, clearly that was the case. So, yeah, Mammoth. I think the logo's sick. I think both of these sweaters are great. I
Yes.
think they did a really good job.
Now
with
show me that
these.
woolly beast on a pair of skates.
Ooh, God, I wish I had like an AI Chat GPT version of a woolly mammoth on skates.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm sure somebody out there has tweeted one of those out,
We
but
talked monkeys today, woolly mammoths. This is great.
we're going all over the place here. All right. Well, I searched woolly mammoth on skates, and apparently we've got a character from the TV show Bob's Burgers. Are you familiar with that program?
I've heard of it, but I've never witnessed it.
I've only seen a couple, but apparently there's a character in that show called Wheelie Mammoth. And
Oh God, no.
here's what we got when I Googled woolly mammoth on skates. So this is not what you were looking for. I'm
No, it's not the
confident
one. That's not intimidating.
in saying that, but yeah,
It's just stupid, and it's for kids, and kids are stupid.
Kids are definitely stupid. But there you go. There's your newest American professional sports franchise, the Utah Mammoth. But again, something with soaking would have been a lot better. There's so much you could do because you got a whole religion. You got a whole religion to work with up there.
Yeah, that logo is going to sell though. That woolly mammoth is going to sell.
I think it's gret. I think they did a great job. You know, if they were going to be politically correct and not do a funny bit that everybody wanted, then I think Mammoth is a pretty cool name. It's pretty unique. I know there's a professional lacrosse team. I think it's the Denver Mammoth that exists. But obviously in the other, major American professional sports, the 4 big leagues that everybody talks about, there are no mammoths out there. So #Tusks up, Buck.
Nice.
That's what they're saying. All right, we'll bring on a couple of Tusks themselves. We've got Double R and we've got Wags. Gentlemen, I don't know what that means, but good morning.
Good morning, man. It's a pretty cool logo. I'm down with it.
Yeah?
I like it too, Wags. I just
Mammoth
want that big
plural,
sucker on
huh?
skates.
Yeah. The mammoth, not the mammoths, the mammoth plural.
Yeah, I don't know what the plural of mammoth is. Maybe it's just mammoth, but it should be. So
are you guys familiar with the Winter Classics of Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh Penguins Winter Classic sweaters. I think it was the 03-02 year, but they kind of look like this sweater right here. Now it was a lot more blue dominant, but But I mean, this is just a clean sweater, man. Like
It is.
the Carolina blue, the white. It's kind of simple, sleek, but solid. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, I like it.
it's
I
pretty
like it. I
legit.
like that look.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
telling you, Stormin' Mormons though would have been
Yeah,
Nice.
man.
I like that.
like that was right there for the taking, and they
They
didn't
passed
do it.
up, man.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
Some
think,
people are just afraid.
yeah, exactly. I think Amazon needs to sponsor a WNBA team, and they can be called the Amazon or Amazons. You know,
I would understand that. I would understand that a lot.
Ah,
I
Yeah.
got that
There
for
you go.
sure.
I
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, Bucky was suggesting the Utah Panthers for a WNBA team in the future. Which I just don't know if that would work.
Carolina
gonna
already
fly.
has them.
Yeah, the Carolina Panthers and the Florida Panthers already exist. Guess,
Yeah.
Buck, you're going equal opportunity, right? You're going if
Trying,
there's
might
men's
as
teams.
well,
we,
yeah.
we need to have a women's team with that.
You-
How
Fellas,
about these beautiful women?
Yeah.
Yep.
What was the winner? I had to step away for a second. Or
Colombia,
Colombia.
Colombia.
the
Okay.
country with the hottest women in the world, according to Insider Monkey, who did some sort of internet research to compile this list.
Hmm.
The U.S. came
Shakira.
in.
Shakira. Isn't she
Is Selma
Colombian?
Hayek Colombian?
I think she's
think
like
she's-
Eva Longoria. And are they Spain? They're from Spain.
From Corpus?
I'm
No.
not sure. I'm not
No,
sure where
not
they're
from
from.
San
But
Antonio.
wherever they're from, I want to go.
Well,
That's where I
Selma
wanna be.
Hayek is from Mexico, so
There you go. You've been there, done that.
pretty easy place to get to.
Colombian is that lady that was with Al Bundy on that other show.
Oh,
not
yeah.
married with, she's absolutely gorgeous.
Sofia Vergara.
Yeah, absolutely
Ooh.
gorgeous. But she opens her mouth, and I'm like, shut up. I mean, kind of
Are
that.
you
that
kidding? That's
voice.
that's some of the funniest bits of Modern Family, man.
Just like kind of reminds me of like Rosie Perez on White Men Can't Jump, where it's like, shut up, be quiet.
There's a movie where she plays a gangster, and she is fantastic. It's not a movie; it's a series.
Who?
I got
Sophia?
Sofia Vergara. Yeah,
okay.
she's fantastic.
Ted Bundy?
No,
Hey, Rodney, we were trying to do some geography with St. Lucia and places like that. Puerto Rico is a part of the United States, correct? They get the vote.
I think they're the
Thank you,
51st
Rags,
state.
because BK and I were having some problems, like with St. Lucia, those places, those little islands out there. We inhabit those. Somebody
right,
said
they're a territory.
they're our territory, right?
Apparently, I don't know.
Yes.
Someone said St. Lucia's not, but Buck said we captured
Puerto Rico
them.
is.
Puerto Rico, yes.
Yes.
Puerto Rico,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, we kidnapped Puerto Rico a few years ago. I
The
guess.
Until they have a
Until they have a
hurricane. That's when we say
hurricane.
no. That's
Yeah.
when we say no. You're not a part of us any longer.
You're not in
You're
the
on your
club.
own.
Yeah, you're not in the club. But
You're on your own every time there's a hurricane that
when,
hits.
when the
that place.
tragedies happen, sorry, you're not with
Griselda,
us.
gents. Check out Griselda. She is fantastic in Griselda.
Okay, there's a good one I have to check out. Rodney, have you ever been to Puerto Rico?
I've been to Puerto Rico. We went there on our honeymoon.
Isn't that a wonderful place? I was at that Villegas Island.
Absolutely. It's
The
absolutely
wild
gorgeous.
horses.
People were nice, but I'll tell you one damn thing. The drivers there, I mean, they don't stop. They don't know.
No.
Oh, man. It was horrible. It was horrible. And we got there. We got stuck in a storm. And so I'd never been outside of Texas to speak Spanish. And so we landed in Puerto Rico and it was late at night. We're driving in the rental car. We went to the hood and my wife is like, okay, it's up to you to get us out of here. So I'm like, rapping with these guys. Rapping, that's an old term right there. And I got us out of the hood.
Very nice. Very nice. Anytime there's a weather thing in Puerto Rico, I'd be like, I'm out. How do I get out of here? How do I get off of this deal here?
That place gets destroyed. We've also been to Belize. And
I've never been to Belize.
That one had some handsome women up in there too. That
Really?
was some very handsome women there.
Very nice. Well done.
When you say handsome,
Hawaii, when I was stationed in Hawaii, we were hiking this trail, and there was my wife and I, and there was a woman who was running it, and she might be the hottest woman that both of us have seen. We both stopped. We both admired.
Did you bring her home?
No. We're not like that.
Did you two bring her home with you?
That's the one time I never really got a smack or put your eyes back in your head, like, because my wife was taking it in too. Like, that was the most beautiful woman, the most beautiful person on this planet is who we saw on that hiking trail that day.
I wasn't on that hiking trail that day.
Come on, dude.
I can truly say my 3 trips to Alaska, there has not ever been a woman that ever made me just go, do the double take in the state of Alaska. When I was on the ground, now maybe on the ship, yes, but on the ground, catch a can, Sitka, no. Not even one with hairy armpits and stuff. None of them it never worked.
Would make you do a double. That's the thing. It doesn't have to be a super hot chick. It can be a super ugly chick. And I'm going to double take and be like, wow, God really did that to you? Sorry about that.
They're everybody looks the same in Alaska.
Yeah. Well,
men and women, they're all the same.
Men and women, the men and the women.
Was Dallas on that list?
No.
The other day when we were at TMS, I was sitting in the stands. We were watching the race on Friday night, and this woman walks down, and I'm like following her. I'm like, wow, look at that.
Your head's just nodding back.
Yeah.
And forth.
Yeah. The trucks are going this way, and I'm going like this as she's going down the steps.
Get your sunglasses on, Double R.
No. Then she came back up, and I'm like, oh, what was I doing?
Oh, not good.
What were you doing, huh?
Yeah.
A little different from the front side and the back side.
Exterior quite nice. Frontier.
All right, boy.
Not quite.
All right, I got to get going, boys. Listen, have a great day.
Later, boys. Be good. Be safe.
Wags, I see on there where they're asking if they call me Poppy in Puerto Rico. The funny thing is when we actually got to where we were going, and like the next morning we had to go check in with the concierge or whatever you call it, and I was wearing a Dallas Cowboy shirt that first day there, and this dude just starts going on, and I couldn't understand what he was saying. I mean, I'm pretty fluent in Spanish, but I'm not sure what he was saying. But all that I could figure out is finally he says, "Jerry Jones, no good."
There's probably a rant. He was just probably cursing Jerry Jones up and down, hopefully. Or maybe he was just cursing the boys up and down.
Everybody loves.
Wasn't talking about you, amigo. You're too cool to be cursed down, man.
Hey, I just dropped the word rap. I was rapping with this guy,
You're approaching old age, I would think. You're getting there. I'm right behind you though, so don't worry.
Yeah. Handsome women and beautiful men. Oh, come on now. I'll spot a hand. If I see a nice looking guy, I'll say, hey, that's a good looking dude.
Yeah, I'm cool with Sanders, a good looking dude. I'm all right. I'm fine with saying that. Like I'm don't have that much insecurity about my sexuality. You know what I mean? Like I could sit there and say that a guy's good looking and not want to sleep with him.
Yeah, that's why I've always, and I've told people this before. I've told my buddies this before, where they're maybe a little, afraid of maybe a homosexual guy or whatever.
Oh,
and it's like,
right. It's 2025.
Right.
Okay.
And
for the record, right? Like they might not even be into you, buddy.
That's what,
you know what I mean? Like,
I've had buddies where it's like, oh, I ain't gonna be around that. You use the term, whatever term they're gonna use, and I'm like, I don't think you have anything to worry about. You've got oil under your fingernails. Your hair looks like shit. You're missing your teeth. That dude ain't gonna be into you at all. Don't worry. Yeah, that's a funny thing. Where I'm going in. Like, you're fine. you're absolutely fine.
Yeah,
So
you're gonna be okay. Pal or guys, dudes, you're fine. Trust me, you're fine. Where you want to go first, partner?
Hey, look at there. Jake says top 5 good-looking dudes. Uh-oh.
We could add that. I added top 5 best-looking sweaters.
Oh, there you go. A cardigan.
I added. I mean, we have like 20. Nah, that's an embellishment. We have like 12. We have like 12 categories still. We're doing good. I'll start adding more as we start to dwindle away at it. But right now we have. Would you use a plethora, El Guapo?
Pretty much, right?
We have a plethora. We have a plethora of categories here, not just a beautiful sweater, El Guapo. All right, where do you want to go first, amigo?
Tom McKay already says number 1 good-looking man is Brad Pitt.
The number 1
I like that
good-looking man. I'll have to
Tom
sit
Brady.
on this. Brad Pitt is aged well. He is aged well. I'll have to sit on this.
Yeah, Tom Brady's not a bad-looking guy. I really hope, because my dad, obviously older now, and he has aged extremely well. And it's like, my wife is like, I can only hope that you age like your dad. And already, I mean, it's always been with my dad and I, Wags. We're together, and people think we're brothers.
Guys, I mean, if we're thinking of one of the most handsome men on this planet, I'm not just trying to say it because he's from Austin or because he lives in Austin or resides in Austin. I think it might be Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell's a good-looking dude.
I thought you were going to say Matthew Mahogany.
No, I mean, he's there. He's an icon. He's a staple. Right?
He smells, though. Doesn't he not use deodorant?
Don't we all smell?
Yeah, my wife comes in my studio and she's like, "It stinks in here."
Oh, USC Song Girls for best sweaters. I'm with you. Yeah, they might be the absolute best sweaters. You almost made me go back into my Maryland, Baltimore accent there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Wags. You've asked me 4 times. So how about them New York Knicks?
How about them? How about them, man? Defense. I mean, Mikal Bridges just leading the way that Tibbs wants to play. I mean, when you think of Tibbs basketball and you have 2 defensive shutdowns to close out a game, like that is Tom Thibodeau, right? Like defend, wear down your guys, defend, wear down your guys, and maybe you can get some points in battle harden and get some points in the paint, and then you just have Jalen effing Brunson. But also, like, other than that, like, Josh Hart was fantastic too. I just mentioned Mikal Bridges. The points that he contributed, actually, he was like around 15. I got to pull up the box score. He was around 17 to 20, but he didn't get them until like the fourth quarter, from what I remember. Like he didn't start hitting until like the fourth quarter, and then his defensive fortitude, down the stretch there, not just last night, but also 2 nights ago, where he got it from Jaylen Brown and then also took it from Tatum. And here's the thing, like there was so much, there was at least 8 to 7 seconds on the clock too, right? Like they could have taken a time. Missoula could have taken a timeout. He neglected, or he went away with it, or I don't even know the word I'm trying to get here. But he decided not to do it instead, and just let Tatum play. And it looked like, New York had it defended well, considering the sequence down before. Tatum blew right by the defenders and had a damn a dunk. You know what I mean? A very easy dunk there. So I don't know what the hell the Celtics were thinking. I would have at least, once you saw what you were expecting on defense was something different, I would have elected to take the timeout and do a reset. That's where I'm at.
It just really seems like, I mean, down the end, the end of the run right there is as the Knicks are back in this. And what, didn't Boston miss like 13 consecutive shots at one point?
Hold on, let me pull this box.
And
I should have had this up already. My bad, dude.
And that's where, a couple of 20-point deficits that were erased by New York to come back and win this. I mean, it's one thing that you're down 0-2, but the matter that you're losing these, man. And this is, Boston.
Yeah, it's 2022, second night in a row, or second game in a row where they come back from 20 points.
And that's where it's like, we were talking the other day about Cleveland. I mean, this is, if you're Boston, I mean, this is a meltdown. Like this, totally. Like, how are you not closing these games out? Right? Yeah. Like, you're up 20, and it's fourth quarter too. You're up 20 in fourth quarter. Yeah. And then Tatum and Brown, I mean, when you get to the end of the game, that they're not hitting shit, and then, I mean, it's pretty much, you're just kind of throwing stuff up, and as you're doing this, I mean, you're missing, and here comes New York back, and then obviously the steal there at the end of the game. But if it's just the crushing manner that you're losing these and being down 0-2, I will say, I mean, Boston's good on the road, but how do you come back from those, Wags?
It's tough. I mean, I mentioned it. It is simple logic. If they can do it, you can do it, right? Yeah. But it is a very tough feat. Now, I'm not going to count Boston out. Like, Boston's too good of a team to count out. But 0-2 going on the road, you have one hell of a feat ahead of you, right?
Yeah.
They can cut it down. Like, they got to be able to close out. And what's the status on Zinger? Zinger went 14 minutes. I don't know what the status is on him. Excuse me, he went 22 minutes. My bad. No, he went 14. I had it right the first time. So I still don't know what the actual status is for Zinger, if he's going to be full fledged or not. But it shouldn't matter. It looked like they had the game well within hand. They just have to be able to close it out. And if you're and let's not take anything away from New York here either, right? Like to do this twice now, like a sure collapse for Boston, but also there's something in the DNA for Tibbs' Knicks here, right? Like to be able to be that perseverant and come back and be able to battle back and get steal the victories in Boston. Yeah, the Knicks got some championship charisma to them.
Absolutely. And this is where, I mean, look, if Boston's able to come back and make a run and somehow win this series, I personally don't think they will. But I mean, I think here's your recipe for success is whether you're their opponent in the Eastern Conference Finals or you're their opponent in the NBA Finals. You get the clutch time and they're not good. I mean, you get them in that situation to where it seemed like to me, Wags, where at the end of the game, as it got to where New York's marching back, and it just seemed like a little bit of panic mode to me. It actually seemed like a lot of panic mode to me. And I think if you can get Boston,
I didn't see any panic at all until the last sequence. I felt like I saw a lack of a killer instinct or just a team being lethargic. I didn't see any panic. I didn't see any emotion at all. Honestly.
Yeah. Well, and I think Troy kind of makes a really great point right there as well, where I think that you are seeing a lot of changes in the lineup, and that to me is, I mean, as you're doing that, I mean that's a lot of continuity that's not being built, and this is, I think, kind of where we go back to where we talk about during the regular season, where some of these teams, Cleveland and Boston, who are now both in holes, they weren't tested. And it's a totally different seismic shift right now with the level of competition what New York is bringing to the table, and I think there's absolutely no way that you can't discount New York as a I think they might win the NBA championship as good as they look right now, dude.
I don't know about that yet. If you're Boston, what do you have to do to? If you're Boston, what do you got to do? What lineup are you rolling out here to kind of, I guess, combat this? Or is there something that you change on the perimeter for Brunson here?
Possibly. I mean, I like the lineup. I like Tatum, Horford, Holiday, White, and Brown. I think that's what you go with. And honestly, Wags, I think a lot of what may be good for Boston here, a little bit of a break, go on the road. Go on the road and just try to get yourself back into this. And you need to win game 3. I hate that whole must-win thing, but you need to win game 3. I don't give a damn if it's convincingly or you barely win game 3. You
Cat Cat playing big too. Like when I say Towns playing big, like he's in there, he's battling in the paint. Like Towns doesn't battle, right? Yep. Like that's just not what he's known for. He's in there getting boards and he's getting physical and nasty. Rodney, I don't want to sell the Knicks short, and I don't want to think that they're. I don't want to say that you're wrong with your proclamation that the Knicks could be in the championship here, but they are a little different, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're just maybe they do have that championship kind of pedigree right now, right? Maybe it does. Maybe that missing link that they didn't have before. Maybe it is Bridges. Well, Bridges has been there, but they are stepping up. And when you got the defending champs down 2-0, anything's possible. I just don't think the series. I don't think the series is over yet, man. Down 3-0. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, this team's just too good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so. And talking about Cat, talking about Brunson, Bridges obviously the steal last night at the end of the ball game right there that ices
minutes restriction. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I knew he wasn't getting played full fit. I just didn't know if there was still lingering or anything like that.
What's wrong with him?
I'm referring back to Zinger.
Yeah, what's wrong with him? Is he?
He got busted. I don't know if he's got a lower body injury too, but I know he got busted up and he was under concussion protocol.
Oh, okay,
right.
Okay,
so he had some stitches there. He should be okay, but again, Missoula and the staff are kind of walking it through and taking it slow. And yeah, he was on a restriction. So
yeah. Well,
we'll see. We full fledged.
we can talk about the two guys that we're talking about there with the Knicks, but I mean, look at Josh Hart, man. Josh Hart was solid last night on the boards, offense and defense. He had 6 assists. I mean that's a solid night from that dude. 23 points, and man, that's a really good night. And you've got just the fact that that New York's been able to do this twice, as my mother-in-law says. It's I don't know if I'm like. The part of me saying, okay, New York could win the NBA championship, or if I'm like, what the hell's wrong with Boston?
I think there might be panic in the Boston locker room now.
I think so.
You know
too.
what I mean? I didn't see any panic on the floor in game 2. Maybe last sequence, right? But I think there's panic in the locker room now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as there should be.
Or like that's the question you need to ask yourself. Like, what is it? You know, in the past 2 games, we've been up 20. We haven't been able to close it out. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Why is this happening? Like we know it's happening, but why in the hell is it happening?
Yeah, and that's where, once the OKC game starts, I'm like, okay, here goes Oklahoma City. But Oklahoma City stayed foot to the floor and just, I mean, that Oklahoma. I think I read somewhere that Oklahoma City was playing desperate. That didn't seem desperate to me. That just seemed like overwhelming, dominating basketball. But Boston to lose in that manner twice is concerning. I mean, especially from a championship caliber basketball.
I mean, like the Knicks had 25 turnovers last night, Rodney. And they still won.
They still won. It's that clutch time where you don't expect that to happen to Boston. You expect that to happen to somebody else. You expect that in round 1. But here's Cleveland and Boston in a deep hole in the East. Both of them going on the road. Didn't really see this one coming, dude. Didn't really see this one coming.
Yeah, and also like I'm not sure. I haven't watched the Knicks all season long, right? So maybe Sal can kind of get at us here. I don't think that Hart usually gives you around 25 points. Usually Hart's your defensive engine, right? Your defensive motor. So when you're getting that contribution on the front end from him, yeah, maybe that's a little bit of tail of the tape there that could that you could dissect this game with. But yeah, usually the minutes that Hart gives you are usually hard fought, battle written, battle tested, and they're on the defensive side of the hoop or of the court and rebounding. But
yeah,
him getting 20 to 25. That's a nice little adage.
Absolutely, man. That's a good little trickle in that's going to help. Code to text line 222-9328. Ben Johnson, our coach Ben Johnson, not the guy from the Bears, says, not to mention Brown looks like he was already back at the hotel. No effort coming out of him. That's kind of what it seemed like at the end right there. And it just seems weird that a championship caliber Boston team, not that you get content, but that you kind of get sloppy, that you kind of get a little lazy, is weird in a championship team. With everybody that you have there, minus Porzingis.
Like I said, when I was watching it, it looked like there wasn't any killer instinct, honestly, right? Like there just wasn't any motivation to be a killer. They were just kind of letting them around, kind of letting them play around. They were very comfortable at 20 points, and then all of a sudden that 20 point dwindled down to 10 again, and then it's just like, all right, let's stiffen up. And that's what it was. They were really stiff. They weren't playing loose anymore, man. They weren't playing. They weren't flowing. And it looked like the fluidity of the game left the Celtics side, no pun intended, and went over to the Knicks side, man. It's funny how basketball is, man. It's a game of runs, dude. It's a game of runs.
Yeah. And that's the thing. You have to know that's coming.
Are we going to try to talk about the shoot around from Oklahoma City and Denver? We even talking about this game or mentioning people? The score was 149 to 106.
Wasn't that close? And that's where you talk about the killer instinct and the eye of the tiger and whatever the hell you want to use right there. Oklahoma City had that shit last night. They were embarrassed. And
Oklahoma City had a lot. Denver had nothing. But Denver still like how in the hell are you playing this bad and still scored 106 points? Like your defense is that terrible to where every sequence down the floor they're scoring? Yeah.
Denver, it seemed like to me, went into game 2 with the mindset of, okay, we got game 1 and we're good. That's what that looked like to me. I mean, you want to talk about lethargic, lack of
I got to put my glasses on for this. Hold on.
excitement or energy or whatever. That is definitely what it seemed like from Denver last night.
Holmgren 15, Williams 17. SGA had 34. Hartenstein had 14. Dort had 12. Go to their bench. And again, their bench played a lot, right? Because everybody got some good time in last night. Caruso had 14. Wiggins had 10. Wiggins looked like he was being a killer too. Mitchell had 10. Like they were, it was a party last night. Isaiah Joe had 14.
Yeah.
No, Isaiah Joe had no, I'm right. He did. He had 14. He was perfect from the perimeter too.
Yeah. And I think this just really comes down to now getting
Russ was having a night with his emotions last night too. I mean, it was bad, dude. Porter's lousy. I've been very hard on Michael Porter Jr. lately, man. Rightfully so. He's been playing very bad basketball.
I think Denver Wags is just wore out.
I don't know if they're wore out, but when you rely on Nikola Jokic to do everything, you might get some moments for some key cogs. I mean, that moment from Gordon last night was absolutely crazy. You know, if you can repeat, but that's just it. Like, how many times are you going to be able to rekindle that and kind of make that come back? It's usually the Jokic show. Murray's been decent of late here, but I mean, there's not enough. There's not enough to compete against Oklahoma City. This is the best team in the West, man.
Yeah,
you know, or they had the best record towards the end of the year. But I would say that as long as they are, lengthwise and, their ability to shoot from the perimeter, their ability to shoot from mid-range too, they're good. They got beef inside with Hartenstein, and they can also slip out with Chet too with size. They're a matchup nightmare.
And this is all the night after during our show yesterday when somebody threw out the idea of how about a Knicks Denver series. I had a hard on over here. I'm like, oh, that'll be great. And then you have what you have last night. And it seems like Denver, like when you go on a trip, a lot of times you go on a 4 or 5 day trip, whether it's work or vacation or whatever, you come back home. Let's say you come back home on a Sunday, you got to go to work on Monday. Monday, you feel okay. You feel pretty good after the trip, whatever.
Well, you're saying the second day is kind of the worst day?
Yeah, that second day where it's like Tuesday, you're just beat to crap, and you feel horrible. I think that's probably a lot of what we saw out of Denver last night. And I think that Denver probably are content that they got game one, as the series shifts now. But man, that was just overwhelming.
What do you even do if you're the Nugget? Like, do you just throw this game out? Like, this isn't even like you go back. Everybody's negatives on your plus minus. Gordon's negative 38 or 36, minus 25 for Porter Jr. Jesus, the Joker minus 36 for Joker too.
Yeah, I don't even think you watched the film.
Yeah, I mean, like you just say, hey guys, this was a shit show. We didn't show up. We know that we're better than this. And you try and address it. But I mean, you got to. My point of why you watch it, like, how did it? You can't let it get like that again, right? Like, so you have to be able to put a pulse on this thing, or at least put some type of tourniquet on this gash, this wound that you have here, and try and right the ship here, because this is awful. You can't let it get out of hand like this again.
Yeah, and when it comes down to Denver,
45 to 21 in the first quarter, and then 42 to 35 in the second. Like, the game was over after the first quarter.
I turned that thing on. I was kind of going back and forth. Oh, by the way, I watched something last night. I wanted to tell you to watch this. And maybe this is older, I don't know, but somehow it was on downstairs last night. My wife was watching this. Have you seen the Netflix documentary on Steve McNair? Check that out. Check that one out.
Hold on, let me write that.
Yeah. Netflix. I forget. It's like a series that they do, and it's about Steve McNair, and
was there something going on with his death?
It takes his whole career kind of in perspective. Coming from a small school, getting drafted by the Oilers,
State, right?
Alcorn State, getting drafted by the Oilers, and then
Steve McNair documentary.
Yeah, Steve McNair. There were some circumstances there around the death, which I guess are still. I mean, I thought that I knew the clear answer to it. I won't spoil it. I'm sure folks on the chat line and text line will tell us what apparently happened, but maybe that's not what happened. I don't know, but something to check out. It's 60 minutes, so in and out the door real quick with that. But Yeah, for Denver, I mean, this just comes down to you. How do you bounce back? You're outmanned. You were outmanned. Oklahoma City really is that good, and they showed it last night. But I think a lot of that was Denver was kind of stepping it back. So we'll see. But that was an ass whooping. Yeah, in that second quarter, I turned it on, and that's when I went to watch the McNair thing. I'm like, holy smoke!
This is done. You didn't watch any hockey last night?
I watch that too.
Okay.
You know, I had the Tom McKay going over here. You know,
Okay, well, I mean, you can't be watching a documentary when there's fucking sports on.
Oh man, I tell you, man, I bounce around our house. You know, it's like I stay up here for sports. I bounce down there to see what they're doing. You know, just to check in because every now and then I get the whole. Well, you're always up in that room. Why don't you come down for a little bit? I'll come down for a little bit. You know, to eat and say hi.
My wife knows, like, this is my job. Like, I'm up here. It seems like a cop out, but I'm up here watching sports. If you want to come up here, sit. You know, the dogs are up here. Come on up here.
Yeah,
you know?
Well, and that's
it's not a hard place to hang out with. You just
God, that's a whole thing. I mean, hell, I moved my putting green up here. I've got my little putting green up in here now, so I can practice my putting and do all these Wags. Next Thursday, we will be out amongst the people at the Mullet Open.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. I'm happy with it. I was gonna play, but you know, now that I got to do this course in the afternoon, I can't play anymore. So,
well,
we'll be out there to see some of the family though. Some of the TSU family there as we do our live show out there. We have a show this Thursday, though, or not a show. We have a game this Thursday though. We got Warriors and Timberwolves tonight. What's your prognosis here, amigo?
No Steph, day to day, I guess. Right? Is that the prognosis of what?
Yeah, I don't know. He wasn't at the morning shoot around either, from what I'm reading. So I don't necessarily think Steph has to be at the shoot around.
Yeah,
right. But Minnesota is favored 10.5 here. Now, I would think that everybody's available. What is the status on Steph Curry? Here.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. It's kind of been back and forth. I think I saw that he's going to miss
day is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, he's going to miss a week. So I think a grade 1. Yeah.
No, now he's out. Like I just checked ESPN, he's out. He is listed as out. So.
And you have to be really careful when it comes to those soft tissue injuries because, you know, we talk about it with football all the time. You can't really rush this. And I think that the Warriors are in a good spot to where, okay, you do have a little bit of time because we talked about you have the travel time that is already factored in there. But, hey, look, if you can get Jimmy Butler and the rest of that team to do what they did the other night, I mean, if you do it again, man, that's even more time for Steph Curry to kind of get this thing healed up. But bounce back from Minnesota, you would think, right? I mean, I would think that Minnesota.
I think Minnesota takes care of business tonight. Like, I don't know if you're Finch, you got to be hammering down the massive lineup. You got to be hammering down your size. You got to be telling Anthony Edwards to attack the rim, attack the basket. Don't be settling for the perimeter. And honestly, wear them down, get in foul trouble. You don't have Steph Curry right now. Peyton's been playing fantastic on the perimeter for defense. AirPods, he's giving you some great production there. Maybe if you're trying to see the long game here, start messing with Draymond Green a little bit. You know, maybe you can get a technical on him, and then he can't get another technical, right? For a couple games, or else he's suspended there. So maybe you can kind of mess with that a little bit, start doing the mental warfare a little bit. And hell, I would, if I'm Finch, I am pounding inside and I am wearing them down. That is what I'm doing. They're already physically battered and bruised right now. The Warriors are continue to add to that. And Minnesota's got the right atmosphere. Minnesota's got the right roster to actually get that done.
Yeah, and for Golden State, I think that, I mean, not that this is a throwaway game, but I mean, it could be where maybe you're going to play to win the game, but maybe you focus more on game 4, depending on Steph. And again, you don't want to rush him back. I just think that this is really a big situation here for Draymond Green to kind of take control. And
this is Dre's. This is Jimmy Butler's control game, man.
oh yeah, but kind of the emotion and the physical stuff. I think for Draymond Green to where that can shift depending how the game starts. Whether you get a fast start out of Golden State or if they fall behind. Now, I think that this may be another one of those games like we saw in that Houston game, Wags, where Steve Kerr, if the Warriors fall behind, I mean, maybe it's like, okay, you pull the reins back and it's like, okay, let's regroup and get ready for game 4.
I think Draymond Green can take Gobert out of his game, but like I think Randall's got the mental fortitude to stay to stay solid, like to make solid plays here. If you're Green, you can win that matchup with Gobert, right? But also like my thing is what do you do if you're Anthony Edwards, man? It's just that's the key. It's attack, it's get the 2-man game going and then dish off to Randall or dish off to Gobert on, and how the hell does Golden State stop that? They just don't. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the cogs to do that. They don't even have it with Steph either, right? If Minnesota continues to approach that game plan night in and night out, I've seen Minnesota as the victors most nights. When you allow Golden State to kind of run this thing and get into their game, now they're playing motion basketball, and they're running you constantly. The pace is faster, and they're not allowing you to get into your half court set. That plays absolutely into the hands of Golden State. So if you're Finch, slow the game down, play some half court basketball, and insert your physicality on the Warriors and come out with a victory here and tie this thing up 1-1.
Yeah, and the Warriors, I mean, it's been a lot of defense. It's been, Steph obviously is going to get all the conversation and Jimmy Butler, but I mean, the defense has just been so good for them. I mean, in the Houston series and so far now, or in this series in the semifinals, I mean, you lean on that and you just continue doing what you're doing, but without Steph Curry. So Minnesota wins tonight, I would think. Wags, but
10.5 is the line right now.
Seems a little much to me. That seems a little.
I don't know. That 10.5 is a lot of points, but this could be a runaway. It really could.
It could be because I do think, and I mean, again, it's not where you don't give maximum effort. I just think if you have a game,
I'm gonna go. The line is good. I'm gonna say the line is good, and I'm gonna take Minnesota tonight.
I think they win, but I don't think they cover that.
Okay.
I don't think they cover that. I think it's, I think in the game that you will have them leading by that much and more at various points. But I think towards the end, it'll tighten up a little bit and everybody's, going to be pissed off because they don't cover it. But anyway, they need a bounce back game. I don't think we see like what Oklahoma City did last night.
That's a 50-point game, Rodney. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Come on, man. Where are you at? Yeah. All right. Right now, whether you want to watch hockey or basketball, you got to do it with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678 is the lottery numbers here. Make sure you go to the website at avconsultations.com to see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years in setting the standard in audio visual automation. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. Again, that number is 512-255-8678. Tell them that the boys from Audio Visual Consultations sent you. They probably already know that you did already, and then they'll be out there at your pad setting everything up for you so that you can have the optimal vision of your dreams. All right, amigo, where you want to go next?
I'll talk right quick about McCall Custom Homes. Okay. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com for your renovations. You need a new home built, custom homes. They can take care of that for you. If you're looking to add an outdoor patio space, if you are looking to renovate your kitchen, your bathroom, your bedroom, adding a second story to the home, whatever you were looking to do for over 40 years, a local business that has started here in Central Texas and they've continued to work in Central Texas. I'm a proud McCall Custom Homes customer. They have revamped my bathroom. I'm going to be out of town this weekend for a couple of days. My in-laws are coming in and they said, we absolutely cannot wait to see the work. We've sent them pictures of that renovated bathroom, but they actually want to see it. They're going to be blown away, just like you will be blown away if you get a hold of McCall Custom Homes for your renovation needs. 512-633-9580 is the number. You can call or text our man Mike for a free estimate. You got to mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Be sure and do that. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Also, remember, when you're about to jump in and do business with my man, Mr. McCall, they build value into your home. Don't sell it. put value in it. Also got to tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. The Covert Auto Group, covertbcave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Dallas Stars, Wags. I said yesterday.
Yeah, let's talk about the first game.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about the Panthers and the Leafs first, real quick.
Go there. Absolutely.
Yeah. Again, we won't spend much time on it. Panthers are down 2-0. Panthers are one of the strong. They're defending champs, but also I think they're one of the strongest team in the playoffs. Now you're going to say, well, Wags, their record doesn't indicate that. Well, remember they were without Kachuk, right? They were without Chucky for the end of the season, and they also made a move to get Marchand over towards the trade deadline too. So I think they have absolutely the championship caliber roster to make this thing happen. And also they got one of the best goaltenders in the tournament still too. So to be down 2-0, you still can't count these guys out, but the Leafs are looking good, man. But according to history, right? This is where it happens. All right. So again, they got to go back to Florida ice now, and then maybe the series starts to take a little bit of turn in Florida's way and Florida's benefit there, or their advantage.
So yeah, this is
but yeah, last night,
2-0 series here. Yeah. So
yeah, 4-3. And the again, we'll see after game 3, right? If the Leafs are up 3-0 after game 3, then we'll have a different conversation. But right now, I feel like the Panthers are going to be just fine.
Yeah, this is where, like, when we're talking about with those basketball series where we're concerned about certain teams, I'm not really concerned here. I mean, yes, obviously you're concerned because you're down 2-0, but this just seems
so
like
you're still coming home, right? Like,
yeah. This is where
you know that old adage: the series doesn't start until the home or the road team gets a win. Right?
Yeah. I mean, you seize home ice back. And then from that point,
unless it's the NBA, the series doesn't start until the home team gets a win.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where the NBA has been just totally bass backwards right here. But I think this trend continues where with the Panthers coming home, it's like, I think we'll be 2-2 here in a week or whenever we get to that point. But yeah, Toronto, just don't see it happening, man. Just don't see it happening.
4-3 was the final last night, though. Panthers tried to battle back, but to no avail. Now the game that everyone wants to talk about last night. It's been a while since they've taken the first game of the series, and Dallas did so last night. It was a whiteout up in Winnipeg, and Dallas came to play. It's different. It's different when the Stars are back, right? And it's also different when you got a guy pulling a natural hat trick. And for those of you guys that don't know what that is all 3 goals scored by you without an interruption. Right, it's consecutive goals, right? A natural hat trick. So, Mikko Rantanen, I mean, have yourself a tear of a series right now, dude. I think it's 12 points or 14 points right now so far in these playoffs, man. Absolutely fantastic. Dude, like he's having hat tricks in one period. So they were waiting for this guy to show up after the trade, and came, almost to fruition, or almost like poetic justice. He started to come alive in that Colorado series, and now the dude, it's just absolute fire, melting the ice down. When he's on the ice, it feels like the Stars are gonna have a point.
Yeah, absolutely. He was amazing in that Game 7 win, in the other series on Saturday, catapulting them into this series, and just last night with that hat trick. And I mean, how about stopping 30 shots into the net right there? I mean,
I was fantastic last night too. But so was Hellenbuck. Like Hellenbuck was fantastic too. It was good goaltender play all throughout the night. It was just it was fantastic play from Mikko Rantanen.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's
like this dude. I say that McDavid is the best player or the best forward right now, or Draisaitl's the best two-way forward right now. The hottest player right now is Mikko Rantanen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's a lot of the guy's really good anyway, but then you have the trade, and now the dude's got a chip on his shoulder. Yeah.
I wanted to bring this up. Like, Ben's one of my favorite players, but Ben didn't even look like he wanted to play last night. He looked hurt, right? And no one's letting us know what the hell's going on, but Ben looked absolutely lethargic and old. Ben looked old last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, there you go, Dallas. It's like, see, I need to say that stuff more often. I didn't think they'd win a game one, but finally, how long has it been since they won a game one?
I think it's 2020. Wow, dang. I think it's been like 5 years, man, or 4.5. I think it's been like might be 22. Honestly, I don't have the history of the Stars down. 2020 finals. All right, so I was. Wow.
Man,
I was on it that one. But yeah, I mean, yeah, there was just so many big, like Rupee Hintz coming up big, winning the dot in crucial times last night, and then also just making plays, making hockey plays, man. Just Dallas was fantastic last night, and if you're not a fan of it, if you're a neutral hockey goer and you're looking for a team to root for, it's so easy to root for Dallas. It just is. Like, they play hard, they play so tough, and man, when they're on special teams, man, they're really hard to fucking stop. They're so good, they're so fast, dude. They got great skaters. Dallas is a fun team.
And the thing there with Mikko, I mean, that was in one period. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's fantastic. Like, to do this thing in one period, to have a hat trick in one period, it's hard to say that he is not the hottest player on the ice right now.
Deflecting shots on the other end. I mean, it's just total effort from this guy right now. And
that's it too. Like, it's not just Rantanen on the other. It's all the Stars, right? Blocked shots last night was a good theme last night for the Stars. So it's easy for Ott to stay clean when his defensive pairs are, and not just his pairs, like everybody, like the forwards are. The forecheck was fantastic last night too. I mean, Dallas just played fantastic up in Winnipeg.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They got to bring the same amount of enthusiasm, the same amount of energy up there. What else did I say? Yeah, even like Wyatt Johnson. I've already let you know how I feel about Wyatt Johnson. What was I going to say though? There was looking at the box score here. I had a note on Robertson here on Robo, but I lost it. I can't find. This is the second day in a row where I lost my fucking book. Excuse my language. I lost my book. Frustration setting in. Maybe my dog's taking it. I don't know. But I had notes that
dog ate your homework.
What's that?
The dog ate your homework?
Yeah, the dog ate my homework, Rodney. I had notes on Robertson last night. So, Robertson last night. We'll get into it. We'll talk a little bit more about the series when we break it down. But yeah, I mean, I just thought it was fantastic. Yeah, he was okay. He looked tired, or he just looked out of it. It wasn't flowing for him is what I had down. But I had something where maybe he needed to maybe go down to another line or go down a line or something. But I can't remember what the hell I wrote.
I just think that with Mikko, Wags, it's so. I mean, we know he's a great hockey player, but just at this time of the year against these opponents, this dude is just taking total control of these games. And
yeah. I mean,
that's my goodness. I mean,
he was fantastic at Colorado. He's fantastic at Dallas. So there's a reason why they made the trade, and now you're seeing why. So
what was kind of
if he keeps his play up, Dallas is going to be hard to stop, right? And
I remember. I'm sorry, Wags. I remember when the trade went down. So was the trade more because did he not want to sign an extension?
They couldn't get an extension done, right? Or Colorado didn't want to pay him.
Damn.
That's what I took, or that's what I thought went down. Colorado, he asked for a certain number. Colorado wasn't willing to give that certain number. I mean, they got Nathan McKinnon, right? They don't really need Rantanen. But they traded away Rantanen to Dallas, and apparently Dallas is going to pay him that money. That's what I took from it. So
That's a damn good investment right there. Yeah, offered the same extension that he signed here.
Yeah, I thought it was less, Jake, or there was a less of a year. I thought he wanted another year or something. But I could be off on that too. But yeah, nonetheless, Dallas has him. He's skating for the good guys now. So maybe he did just want out of there. But according to everything that he says, he loved the locker room, and they were all of his family. So of course you're gonna say that type of stuff in public. But I don't know. Maybe there was stuff going behind the curtains that we didn't know about.
Well, it's about damn time that a franchise in Dallas makes a good deal. And it sounds like the Stars did. Although the Cowboys did some.
Oh, no state income tax. That might be a good little snide bit there for Texas, not having state income tax.
Yeah, that was the thing with Luka. I mean, the trade with Luka.
The thing with a lot of people.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Where it was kind of the underlying thing right there. It's like Luka's losing this amount of money. I'm like, well, yeah. And
like, how much money do you lose in Phoenix?
Yeah, right.
Like you lose a lot of your check in Phoenix.
You do.
Or in Colorado too, right? So
and that's why when Luka went to LA, I'm like, holy shit, this dude's used to no state income tax. And so,
8 years, I got you. Wow. Yeah, but it was fantastic. I mean, if you're a Stars fan, you were treated to a absolute fantastic showing last night from your Stars. And it was, I mean, all done my ranting, and so somebody's gonna have to step up and get some stuff going here. I expect Robertson to come out and start getting back in the flow with it. And also, like we already talked about it, there's still no Miko yet, or still no Miro yet.
Right.
So once Hiskinen comes back, this team's gonna be even complete, more like Voltron. Oh, Voltron too. Those of you guys from the 80s, right? 80s babies here. Remember Voltron? Remember the cartoon Voltron?
I don't.
It was like panthers and animals and stuff, robotic animals. And they would come together and form this huge robot with
like the Transformers.
There's kind of like Transformers, kind of like GoBot, like a hybrid cross between Transformers and GoBots, right? But it was called Voltron. But anyways, they're bringing an adaptation to the screen, and it's Henry Cavill, Superman himself. Henry Cavill is going to play, or I should say, The Witcher. He's more, I guess he'd be more known for The Witcher, but Henry Cavill is going to play the lead in this Voltron movie coming up. I'm sorry, I just had to get
another original. Well,
I don't know. It's an adaptation, right? So I don't think they've done a Voltron adaptation yet.
Yeah,
but yeah, when you're running out of ideas to come up with, and you don't have any any remakes that you want to do a cartoon adaptation, right?
That's the whole thing, or bring back some old, I don't know what'll be redone next. The Fall Guy was redone. Maybe they already did Starsky and Hutch, right? I mean, what do you redo next? I don't know what could happen. Magnum PI. Well, hell, they made a whole new.
They don't they have a new Magnum?
They did a whole new series of that one. I actually watched that. That one wasn't too bad, but still not Tom Selleck. But yeah, I wonder what'll be next.
Did Tom Selleck ever play ball?
I don't think he played baseball, but damn it,
did he ever play football? He's a big dude.
I don't know what that dude may have played. He looked like an athlete,
right?
I know that Superman did. Dean Cain did. Dean Cain was a football player. I don't know if Tom Selleck ever did or not. Top
Voltron,
5.
I'm telling you guys, Voltron top 5 card. Mike has him as a top 5 cartoon. It was fantastic. I don't know how you don't know about Voltron. You're a little older than us.
Yeah, I watch Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck and Scooby Doo. I watch all them. That's the stuff.
I like the Riley Coyote or Wile E. Coyote or whatever.
Coyote. That some bitch. He tried and tried and tried. He could never get the road.
But I mean, like Voltron was legit cartoon cinema, man. Voltron, Mask. Do you remember the cartoon Mask?
No, I just remember the movie with Cher.
Oh, that's
Mask
with about Rocky.
God,
that's a good one. I don't know if people who haven't seen that or not.
Rocky.
Yeah, that's a pretty good movie. Eric Stoltz, I think, played Rocky, didn't he?
That's sad, man.
Eric Stoltz, but no, Mask is a cartoon, man. It's an acronym. I can't remember. Mission something. I can't remember, but it had vehicles that did all kinds of crazy stuff. It was awesome. It's probably one of my inspirations on why I wanted to be a Marine. It's all these cartoons. Way to go, America! You got me. G.I. Joe, Fortune G.I. Joe down my throat.
Don't redo.
All right. So I'm gonna put this on the. I'm gonna put this on the wheel too. Animation, cartoons. I'm gonna put cartoons up there. Batman, like coming home from school every day, watching Batman as soon as school was over. Even in middle school, like my freshman year, I think I was still watching Batman, the cartoon series.
Yeah. We might have to go ahead and
one of the best. Or Conway, one of the best Batmans out there, man.
Let's go ahead and spin it, dude. I think we got some time. It's 10.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, let's bring that up. Let's
spin
the wheel.
Yeah. Don't redo Gilligan's Island, because they would make it. They'd make it stupid, like when they redid the Dukes of Hazzard, and of course that was a long time ago. Still, when they redid that, but yeah, it's it's like, I mean, it was funny, it was whatever, and I liked what's her name, Simpson, as Daisy Duke, but it was just kind of a little bit ridiculousness. Yeah, Gilligan's Island. Boy, I wonder who they'd cast as Gilligan. Boy, that probably Will Ferrell. No, Will Ferrell be the skipper. yeah, he'd be the perfect skipper.
Oh, we ready?
Let's do it.
Ready to do the wheel?
Yep.
Spinning. Round she goes here. Female vocalists.
Ooh, female vocalists. Singer. Female vocalists.
A little Whitney Houston there.
Loretta Lynn.
All right, Whitney's probably going to be on my list. I got a spoiler alert. She's probably there, man.
Yeah. Oh, John,
nobody sang a love song like Whitney back in the day, bro.
Well, you got that right. She got some really good songs. That Higher Love that I don't know if her or Steve Winwood. I don't know who sang that first, but that thing about it.
That's Steve Winwood, bro.
Yeah, but have you heard Whitney's version? It's really good. Oh man, they played at cycle class sometime. Yeah.
Higher love.
Yeah.
Steve Winwood, lead singer of Traffic. Those of you guys that might not be familiar with that. Dear Mr. Fantasy Player.
We joke, my wife and I joke, because there cannot be a Steve Winwood song that doesn't go, kind of, they all have that in there somewhere, like,
well, that's how he's got to get up there, man.
Yeah. Sanford and Son, no, they can't remake
Michael C. I had the action figures too, amigo.
Yeah. They can't remake Sanford and Son. Are you kidding? There's no way to remake that greatness. And plus, you can't say half that stuff right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of the sitcoms from back in the day, like a lot of Mel Brooks movies. You can't make Tropic Thunder these days. We need to get our sensitivity back. Yeah. Right, we got to get that shit down. Right, you got to be able to do that. All right, so we got female vocalists.
Female vocalists. So that's forever. Like,
what if I just that's forever. What if I just threw a little some sweet serenation poetry by Sarah McLachlan? Oh, man, what if I just threw that at you there?
You can't beat that. I like her a lot.
She's got a great voice, but I mean, I don't know if she's in the top 5. I would say that she's like unsung voices. Sarah McLachlan's probably top 5. Amy Winehouse was a fantastic voice, man. She's gone too soon. This is gonna be a fun one. This is gonna be a fun one to go down here.
Yeah, I think that'll be a lot of fun. Of course, this one's going to be tough for me. I think because being older, I mean, there's a lot of great voices and so forth that I come up with. But I guess we might as well go ahead and say that I can't include Sabrina Carpenter because I'm gonna have her number 1. So
I've been seeing more pictures of this girl. She's pretty. I'm not into her.
Yeah,
I don't. My wife, she looks like a little girl to me, and I'm not in. She's
short. She's like 5
I'm not into that. Like, she's tiny. She's too tiny for me.
Yeah, my daughter. We were talking about Sabrina Carpenter the other day. My oldest daughter. She's like, she's my age, right? I'm like, yeah, I know, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my wife is like, you just want to go to ACL to see her because she's hot. I'm like, yeah, I can tell you a song she sings. But
yeah, no, I don't know her voice. I don't know what her voice sounds like, but I'm probably going to have the narrator for The Big Lebowski was good in The Mask. Oh, that is Sam Elliott. I forgot that Sam Elliott was in The Mask.
Oh,
so
right.
it's Sam Elliott, it's Cher, and
Cher.
it's Eric Stoltz for
Eric
The Mask.
Stoltz.
Oh, you know what else? Nugget for all of you Office fans out there, people that watch The Office. Creed Bratton is in Mask. He is I guess Carney would be his actual role in the movie, but he doesn't allow Rocky to get on the ride, and then Sam Elliott comes up there and says something to him, and then allows Rocky to get on the ride. So yeah, Creed Bratton, go back and watch that. That's your little nugget there for today.
I remember watching that as a young lad, and it was just sad. It's great acting. I mean, it really is. It's great acting. And what I thought was really cool about, not cool, but what I thought was really good about that movie was that it's very, even for that time, it's very real life, with the mom and the struggles of the mom and having to.
I can't remember. I got to go back and that's what the 80s gave you, though, right? Like they gave you real flicks.
Yeah, it was.
Remember Rad? Do you remember Rad from the 80s?
I remember Rad. I do remember Rad. Yeah.
Cruise?
Yeah, man.
Crew Jones.
Yeah. I do remember that. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Crew
yeah,
Jones.
the female vocalist is going to be a lot of fun because there's a lot of genres and a lot of avenues that you can go down right there with just incredible performances. I mean, she's not going to be on my list, but I know a lot of people don't like Mariah Carey. But the way that
she hits every octave on the piano. How is she not on your list?
I remember when the Vision of Love.
She's one of my top. She might be top 3, Rodney.
Yeah, that Vision of Love. The first time that I saw that, that video where she comes out, and then at the end where she's like, it's like, holy smoke, who can do that? I know it's studio enhanced and you can do all these different things, but man, for crying out loud, come on.
I've thought for years that Tina Turner was one of the best female artists out there, man. Like you go back and you listen to, just read the lyrics to What's Love Got to Do with It.
Yeah.
And there's something about that flute in What's Love Got to boop, 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 boop. There's just something about that, man. It's legit. And I don't know
have you ever heard?
There must be some few when a bump, 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 bump makes my heart react.
Have you ever heard the song? Because when she passed, I was playing for some people. The song that she sings with Bryan Adams, "It's Only Love." You ever heard that? That's some of the best Tina Turner vocals that you ever hear.
I didn't see it, but Troy just caught my attention with Gleaming the Cube. Absolutely, man. Christian Slater and Manny from Scarface. I forgot the guy's name, dude, but he's who's the damn dad? Is it Coach? Who plays? No, it's not. It's the other classic 80s asshole dad. It's not Hayden.
Bill Cosby?
No.
No, pudding pops.
No, I can't remember. Like it's like classic characters, standing characters that were like your dad. I feel like he was always a dad. He was like the classic dad. He was in Girls Just Want to Have Fun as the dad.
Captain Lou Albano?
No, I can't.
Hey, why you call me away?
I don't know. Ed Lauder? Maybe I got to look up Ed Lauder. Troy, I'm not sure who Ed Lauder is.
I see a Laura Dern reference here from The Mask. Yeah, Laura Dern.
Was Laura Dern in The Mask?
Was she the girlfriend? I think she may have been the girlfriend.
You're right. She was the blind girlfriend
of Rocky Dennis. Yeah, that's right.
She was the blind girlfriend. A young Laura Dern as well. Good.
Good.
Cool, guys.
Which one I like. You remember, and speaking of Tom Cruise, we had Tom Cruise mentioned as the most beautiful man of them all. Remember All the Right Moves with Tom Cruise, the football movie?
Yeah.
Leah Thompson, where they have the scene. You know, they're gonna consummate their relationship in his bedroom and on his bed, and they drop her little top.
I don't remember that one. I don't remember that part.
Leah
But I remember Chris Penn being in. Chris Penn is Tracy's pregnant. Like that's what I remember from the movie. Tracy's pregnant, and they go to bomb Hayden, the coach. They go to bomb the coach with a shit bomb or something like that.
Yeah. No, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
All right, it's about 10:10. I see Jordan in the background, but I got to get ready to get out of here. Jordan, what's up, dude?
Doing good. Feels good to be back on air. Done a few school visits in the last few days, so excited to get into that. Talk some recruiting news, and everything in between. So
yeah, love it.
Yeah,
love it. Good deal.
Do you like my flute? My gay flute.
Did you?
You know, it's crosstalk, Jordan. I got to give you something to spew about or stew about before.
Did y'all play a recorder when you were in school? The little flute that you had to have the recorder.
Jordan, yeah. Did you have to go to music class? Did you have to play the flute?
We did. LTISD requires that. So I remember we had this.
LTISD requires you to play the flute.
Chill.
I'll
put a skin flute joke on you. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Thanks, Doza. But no, I remember she was like my music teacher, this short old witch named Miss B.O. Savis.
He says her name.
Yeah, I remember her name. And then I remember, I think it was my 4th or 5th grade year, last to second to last year in elementary school. They got a new music teacher, but we hated that old one. We did not like her, and it was like way too strict. Like, we are under 12 years old trying to learn how to play the recorder.
I hated that thing.
Yeah,
it had a hole on the bottom.
Yeah, if around the time when I have kids, and if that's still required, they're going somewhere else to learn to play the recorder. Or you're just failing the class. Either one. You're like, you're not playing that shit in my house and annoying me. And it's funny. My girlfriend, we'll be talking like, I'm like, hey, our kid isn't going to be in the band. And she's like, no, you support him no matter what. And I'm like, no, I'm not dealing with fucking drums in my house, guitars, none of that. I'm not doing that.
I got in trouble when we were going through that in elementary school when you were allowed to take the flute home, right, or the recorder home for a day to practice. I got in trouble. I guess somebody caught me. I was trying to see how far I could throw the fucking recorder and get it stuck in the ground. Man. I just I wanted to see skill set, right? Dude. I wanted to see my skill set back in the day.
When my youngest was in school, she took up the oboe in middle school for a year, and it's like,
I'm out with that one too, buddy.
You'd have thought. I'm surprised like SPCA or the pet thing didn't show up here, because she'd be up here. It's like, man, she's torturing animals up there. That stuff's so bad. It was, oh Lord, that was funny.
What we got on the slate, Jordan?
Yeah,
we got Will coming on today, or we got Nick.
We got Will coming on. I don't know why he's late, but he just
he probably asleep.
He's asleep.
Hey, maybe, but no, just a lot of recruiting talk probably, I guess, or whatever Will wants to get into, but mostly recruiting stuff on my end.
Yeah. Longhorn Bear right there. When you talk about germs back in those days, I remember in junior high I played the tuba, and I remember when I started playing the tuba,
I would play the tuba too.
I went in for lessons, and they said, "Here's your mouthpiece." And I remember looking down that big old brass thing, and I look in there, and there's like shit inside. You got the round part, and then on the back, I'm like, no, there's stuff in there like a used mouthpiece. Have at it, boy.
I always wanted to play the saxophone, but I could never play.
All right, Bill Clinton, calm down.
I don't get what's the Bill Clinton reference.
Bill Clinton played the saxophone.
Yeah, he
very
played
well.
OJ Leno, wasn't it? Is that where he?
Bill Clinton can actually jam on the saxophone, man. I don't know if he can now. I don't know what his lungs can support these days, but
I'll tell you what, that is something I've never heard in my life.
You've never seen Bill Clinton play the saxophone?
Yeah.
No, I've never heard. Man, I'll tell you what, Bill Clinton could jam on the saxophone.
Them boys from Arkansas. Let me tell you something, Jordan.
They jam on his saxophone, seems like.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, somebody got on his sax.
Hey, speaking of Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Presidential Committee on College Athletics, guys, with Nick Saban.
I need to look into that. I've been on the road in the high schools. I haven't been able to like read any stories or really look at stuff. So I need to look into that. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
And
Nick
want to
Saban
find out.
And, the guy from Tech, what's his name? The big donor, Cody Campbell, I think is his
That's
name.
the dude who's on it.
That's the dude that's on it. Him and Nick and Donald.
Hey, gents, I tried to stay around as long as I could, but I do got to cut out of here, man. I got to get ready to get cracking. I got to be back.
Yeah, Jordan, I'm sorry. I got to jump out too, man. I've got to.
Well, shit, if you're going to, I'm not going to leave him.
Oh, okay. You go. I'll stay. I'll stay.
Sorry, y'all. Will apparently having some Wi-Fi issues resetting his router, which should be on soon.
That's a theme of the day, man. I had that early in the week, and I've got to go on the road tomorrow to Corpus. So hopefully everything's working there for me.
That drive sucks. Driving down to Corpus or Port A, Galveston, any of those drives suck.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if I want to do the whole thing of going down 35 and hitting 37, or just do the old school way and go 183 through all the small towns and just do it that way. I don't know which way I want to go. I mean, it sucks either way, but
hey, easier to speed on the highway, the big highway.
Oh, that's a bad thing, Jordan. I'm in my work vehicle, my other work vehicle, where they check our speed, so I can't speed.
Damn.
So it's like, you know, at least down 37, I can go 75. We're going down 183. I got to go 50. So I'm assuming it'll be the 37.
What's like the most you can like cruise control 5 over and they won't get mad at that, or go like 5 over? Like how will they know where the speed limit is and where?
I can maintain it. I can maintain it probably about 3 miles per hour over. And I've got a real small amount of time. Like if I'm going to make a pass where I can gun that sumbitch and pass people, but then I got to woe it way back down and get it back in line. It sucks, man, because I get flipped off. I get people tailgating me and all this shit. And that's usually me. I mean, because I drive, you know, I drive very swift, but it sucks. It sucks. But hey, part of the deal, man. Part of the gig. They warned me about it. So
yeah. So what? You're just hanging in the right lane all day, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Man, that is the worst. I'll tell you what. Me and Colin Kennedy have been to a few different places together. Carpool. Usually, I try to drive because it kind of drives me crazy. Like we'll be driving. Colin is a right lane driver. Mm-hmm. He's very good. He's a safe driver. But it's like, yo, why are we in the far right lane of the 3 lanes and you're just cool with going 5 under behind all these dummies? Like, we got play like that shit. Do you not have anywhere to be, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's a hard part for me when I'm in the right lane with the truck. Cause I mean, seriously, it's this huge Dodge pickup that I'm driving around, but it's a rolling billboard for the company. But when I'm sitting there going slow and people are tailgating me, dude, I've got, you know how it is when you walk behind one of them big trucks and you hit yourself on the hitch. I got a big old hitch sticking out of the back. And it's like, it takes everything that I have to not just hit the brakes and be like, you want to be that close? Hello, radiator.
Yeah.
Can't do that, man.
Yep.
Turbo. Yep. All right. He is there. And yes, thank you, Jack. Yeah. My son, Jordan, and I, we have matching hats. Father and son right here today. So yeah, looking good. All right, boys. Y'all have a good show. We're back Chaos Theory tomorrow 9 to 10 a.m. right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Awesome.
We'll see you. Hey, Jordan,
yes,
thanks for covering, and thanks to Rodney for covering for me. Yeah, West Campus did not have Wi-Fi connection over about the last 16 hours. It was really lovely last night. I was at home working on some things, and all of a sudden it was not there. And I think as I've talked about on the show before, I don't have much of a cell service in my apartment either. So kind of just started living like a caveman. You know, we didn't have I've got one roommate left here. Semester ended on Monday officially, and we watched The Dark Knight Rises on I sent out a tweet about not being able to find Redbox. I then found out that Redbox is defunct.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It no longer exists as of about 10 months ago. So that would have been good to know. There's no video rental stores. And then, you know, we got a hotspot on a computer and watched The Dark Knight Rises in about 4 400 pixels. It was lovely. And yeah, I mean, I've never lived in a world with no Wi-Fi, so that was it was something.
Yeah, that was what I was dealing with a couple of weeks back, hanging out in the leasing office. Not fun. What? So do you get like an extension on your assignments so you can prove your Wi-Fi went out, or what?
No, I mean the semester is over. It's been over for a couple days now, so I'm all done here.
I didn't know Texas is already done.
Yeah.
Are you staying in Austin for the summer or going to Houston?
I am gonna split some time. I'm headed off to it's actually noteworthy. I'll be headed off to Houston next week, and hitting some spots. I'm gonna go out to Shadow Creek to see our boy Chris Stewart, and probably old Randall High School to see Landon Williams Callis and a few others. So and then the following week I will not be on the show, as you know. Be headed south of the border. So yeah, I'm traveling south the next couple weeks. I guess 3 weeks from now I'm gonna have to be in like South America or something. I'm just keep going further and further down.
Yeah, I'm being Houston next week too, so maybe we'll double up on some spots or split them up to make sure we cover as many kids as we can. But want to get into some recruiting. Taking a few school visits the last few days. Drove down to Austin from Fort Worth on Tuesday. Went and saw Yaheem Riley and a few other Austin area prospects, but was mostly there to see Miami. And they're working out with Bam of Bam Performance, Bam Blake, Austin area legend, played at Bastrop, went to Colorado State, and then undrafted free agent, signed with the Packers. Actually a phenomenal story. Ended up starting for the Packers the year after they won the Super Bowl. That was a starting corner. And then in OTAs or minicamp or something, he had a brain aneurysm. And the doctors told him, like, hey, you can play football, but if you get hurt a certain way, like you will die, and you should not do this. So medically retired, came back home, started a smoothie kind of wellness shop out in Bastrop. And then ended up getting really into training, and pretty much every defensive back worth anything out of the Centex area has been one of his guys for 5, 6, 7 years. So great dude, known him a long time, and just came out there to see him work Miami out. Chopped it up with him a little. And then also funny story, Jaden Fields is a kid from Hutto named Jaden Fields, who 2027, he's got like 7 or 8 offers. And know his dad pretty well. And he was there, and so me and his dad are just chopping it up, small talk, I guess, whatever. And there's this other dad there who's like in our conversation is talking with us, but I don't know whose kid is his. And I kind of get up to go walk away and watch him, and he walks up to me. He's like, "Hey man, like, it was good to finally meet you. I've been following your stuff for a while." And I was like, "Yeah, it's good to meet you." And he could tell I didn't exactly know who he was. And it was, Brad Smith. I'm like, "Oh, shit." Brad, sorry, I was born in 02, my man. And he was like, "Nah, no worries." And his son was out there, too, throwing at QB. I was mostly watching the DBs, though. But as far as Miami Riley goes, nothing much new to report. Still has the 3 OVs, Houston, Vanderbilt, Texas. Going to see Texas second to last. We'll see Houston last, and then Vanderbilt first. Only one visit has been reported for him, or one unofficial visit has been reported for him in Texas, the April 12th Longhorn City Limits recruiting event. But he's actually been down there 2 or 3 times since the offer, and has been to 2 practices. The other visit was not reported. It was a morning practice, though, I think on a weekday, and he just popped in before school. But Texas still in a really good spot. Still think they'll eventually get this done. Could see it happening before the OV or after, but nonetheless would be pretty damn surprised if he doesn't end up at Texas. Following day, I had 4 school trips planned. Only ended up making it to 3. Dealt with some car issues and had to get it swapped out, and ended up missing Temple. But started the day off at Georgetown Eastview. They got a few different prospects that are young, and I slept on, honestly. I think it's just because, they play at the Eastview program, which is still somewhat new to some degree. And also, they hadn't been super successful as of late, which is certainly part of it. But Was there to see Tyson Ijiawoko. Was told it was a 50-50 chance of him showing up that day because he actually got surgery this week. So wasn't able to see him. The pain was too much for him to go to school. So he's just spending this whole week at home, but we'll get on the phone with him at some point later in the week. And then they have a 26 safety named Aquavius Dunbar who moved in from Alabama and actually went to one of the better programs in Alabama, Benjamin Russell. And, I mean, this is a FBS, at least high-end group of 5, low-end P4 type of talent. Seeing him in 2 practices this spring, and, I mean, he doesn't have a single offer. He also has really good track times, is put together well, 6'1", 6'2". So they have a kid over there that will play FBS football that no one really knows about. And then in 2027, they got a cat named Jelani Culpepper, who's got a fair amount of offers. Was first team all district last year, missed some games. So the junior season is going to be really big since, again, he missed games as a sophomore due to injury. Missed Temple, wasn't able to swing by there because, like I said, the car issues. But I did catch up with some people close to Jamarian Carlton in Temple. Expect him to announce a Texas official visit date sooner or later. I think early June is probably the timeline there for the official visit. He's claimed and has said several times he wants to commit in September, October. And every time I've talked about that, I've said I could see it happening in the summer. Still feel the same way, but nonetheless, good news that, Texas getting on that OV schedule. And it looks like there'll be some moving around to get Texas on that OV schedule. So good news. And, I mean, Alan Clark has done a really good job in that recruitment. Was recruiting him a tiny bit at Ohio State, but didn't really have a huge role in recruiting Carlton to the Buckeyes because he was a GA or analyst. But, the relationships helped and it's been built up. And, I mean, he went and saw Carlton twice already this spring. So, there's only so many of those guys that get seen twice by the staff. So the ones that do kind of shows their priority level. And then Jason Bradford, Oklahoma State corner committed to the Pokes a couple weeks ago. The big jumbo corner I like at Temple, I've talked a lot about, 6'2.5", 195, long arms, runs track, varsity basketball starter since a sophomore year too, and a phenomenal kid. One that Texas kind of had on the radar for a long time, even with Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon, but an offer hasn't been extended. And one of the times when Alan Clark did see Jamarian Carlton at his school in the last few weeks, he brought Kenoto Hudson, the Texas Nichols coach, with him. And while they didn't offer Bradford, talked to them a little bit and invited him to their elite camp. So he says he's undecided. I don't expect him to show up to camp for that. He showed up to camp last year and won all of his reps and left without an offer. So whenever things like that happen, they have no desire to want to go back. So I think it's a great get for Oklahoma State. Very lazy comp, but they kind of have another Corey Black almost, which is Kobe Black's older brother. This big, tall, jumbo corner that's super physical. And Corey also ran track, played basketball in high school too. And then last stop of the day, Mansfield Lake Ridge to see the big timer, Felix Ojo, nation's number 2 offensive tackle, number 7 overall prospect, and one of Texas's top targets, regardless of position. And in fact, probably the top target. I mean, he's the franchise player for them. And with Ojo, just man, I really love this kid. The way he's put together, he's everything you want in an offensive tackle. And especially nowadays, and you have to invest 7 figures into 5-star offensive tackles, you feel so much better investing 7 figures into a Felix Ojo than you would 90% of these other 5-star offensive tackles because he's wired the right way. And with him, Mansfield Lake Ridge, they were either 1-9 last year or 0-10. The year before, about the same record. He is not at, I would say, a great program, but he's had every chance to leave, and he hasn't. He's had every chance to transfer out, and he stayed. It kind of shows you what the mental is. He also plays hard all 4 quarters and practices hard the entire practice for 2 hours in, the afternoon Texas May sun. So, again, just great kid put together the right way. Regardless of where he goes, he's going to be successful with all the stuff he has going for him. Pretty much still the same. I view it as Texas, Ohio State, pretty much tied at the top or very close. if there is a school with the lead right now, I do think it's Texas by a little bit. But again, that's very close, and OVs are going to play a part. After Texas and Ohio State, there's a gap, and then I think the order is pretty much Oklahoma, Florida. Took 3 OVs recently to Texas Tech, Ole Miss, and Colorado. I would genuinely be shocked if he even visits any of those 3 programs again. I do not expect him to end up at those. So some great stuff there out of Lake Ridge, and the most important thing too, it is. Some of these interviews can be awkward sometimes because they are high schoolers, right? And they do read a lot of stuff that gets put online, Twitter, especially for other guys their position. And a big dynamic and thing that's been talked about in the Texas recruiting world is it Ojo or is it Turntine? Who's better? Who's the guy they're going to get? Very few people are talking about them actually potentially teaming up. And I asked him, hey, you're the guy they've been linked to for a long time, but so is John Turntine. Have you kind of thought about, teaming up with him, or would you want to go your own route and, make sure like you're 1000% the guy in the class, all that? And I mean, he basically said, look, like no matter where I go, I have to earn my spot, whether John Turntine's in the class or not. And he also brought up like so many people think they're going to opposite schools, but they talk, and they have talked about teaming up at Texas. They actually almost teamed up in high school. North Crowley was trying to get Ojo over there. And, obviously, like I said, stayed at Lake Ridge. But I do think the possibility of those two ending up at Texas is a lot greater than most people think. It's greater than I thought, to be honest, before yesterday. But, nonetheless, great news out of Lake Ridge. And then this morning was out at Aledo to see Caden Finley. And, I mean, man, Aledo just they do such a great job. It is so easy to see why they have a deep playoff runner in the state game every year. There's no standing around at practice. Everything is organized, structured. It's like you're at a college. And whenever you see this many schools practices in a row and then you go to one like Aledo, that shit is very easy to notice and really stands out. Obviously was there to see Caden Finley. They got a few other kids, 2027 D lineman Timon Meeks, 26 DB Cameron Hall, and then a young 28 that has an Auburn offer that'll be a Power 4 kid too. But with Finley, still keeping his cards kind of close to the vest, is kind of one of those kids that you have to get in person to get some news there, just because they do keep all the info in house for the most part. And the point I'm trying to get to, half of his official visits hadn't even been reported yet. Yeah. They've been booked for several weeks. He has a Texas OV, a Notre Dame OV that's been reported for a while. Same with an Arizona State one. But he also has Louisville, UCLA, I believe, and then Texas A&M. So those are kind of the ones. I do think it's going to be Texas, Notre Dame. If it isn't those two, I think it's because it's A&M. But again, I think it'll be Texas or Notre Dame. Actually caught up with someone today on the Fighting Irish side of things, this recruitment. Some crystal balls have gone in there in favor of Notre Dame in the last few weeks. I don't know if Notre Dame even has that confidence. A lot of people for the longest time have kind of thought like there's no way he doesn't end up at Texas, and those people still kind of feel the same way. So I could see him going to Notre Dame, but again, I think it'll be Texas. The work they've done here, he's the number one guy, obviously the legacy factor, the in-state factor, and along with the fact they've had 4 receivers drafted in the last 2 years, including 2 first-rounders. So that's a big deal. It stands out. Obviously, Notre Dame's pitch is, hey, you see Jaden Greathouse, you're the souped-up version of him. Imagine what we can do with you. It will be close. It is close, but still leaning Texas in the long run. Has kind of a commitment date tentatively set for 4th of July. Says that's what he intends to do, but that, if he wants to do it before or after that date, he's going to do it before or after that date. But seems like there'll be a ceremony. So no matter what, I do think there'll be an announcement or a heads up on at least the date. Chris Jackson, saw him last week, coming out next week. So 2 visits in the spring. Notre Dame was also there today. That was the second time Notre Dame has seen him this spring, the receivers coach. And then, every other school I mentioned, Louisville, A&M, UCLA, Arizona State, they've sent guys out there too to see him as well. So kind of coming down the home stretch. He's got about 2 months before that tentative commitment date. Still leaning Texas. And, yeah, I mean, I asked him, like, the legacy factor, man. Legacies, regardless if it's Texas or they're an Oklahoma legacy or whatnot, they're eventually faced with the decision. Am I going to follow this blueprint that's been laid out before me, or am I going to blaze my own trail? They always have to make that decision no matter what. And he hasn't done it yet. And I asked him, how much you thought about that. And he said, I thought about it a lot. And, I know I had to do that eventually and it'll be hard, but, he has to do what's best for him and only himself. And I get it. So, yeah, that's pretty much, I guess, a quick run through of my last few days. Later today, I'll be at Frisco Panther Creek, and then still need to get it locked in and confirmed, but I should be at Mesquite Petite tomorrow to see Keith Doty, the SMU D-line commit that Texas offered about a week or two ago. So kind of the latest there from the road, and then, like I said, next week I'll be in Houston looking to I'm going to see Kosi at Paula probably in a training session, and then going to make stops at Willis, North Shore, Cy Ranch, Randall, Shadow Creek, and Humble Kingwood. I think that's all of them probably. So, yeah, a lot of fun times coming up. This is my favorite time of the year. I tell a lot of people to work in this industry, like the money in this industry is made in the spring on these visits, because a lot of these guys are committing next month or within a month, and for a lot of these guys, it's the last time you see them before they're committed and playing in games in the senior season. So it's super crucial. Also, great time to build sources, meet coaches on the road, and just see them in a practice. What's that mental eval like? How do they handle themselves? And especially the coaches that come in and out of practice. How different is he acting when the coach recruiting him is there? How different is he acting when the coach recruiting him is not there? So always a fun time, but I don't know. Where do you want to bounce anywhere from here?
I do, yeah. You've been on the road, and so have the Texas staff. Kyle Flood went out to the West Coast, went to Arizona, offered a couple names on Monday. Probably the most notable was Aaron Thomas, a 6'6" offensive tackle at a Mountain Point, which is the same school where Christian Clark went, Texas running back, who suffered a ACL injury about this time last year. Maybe it was in the summer. I'm not too sure.
It was fall camp, because I remember it happened. I remember it happened about a week after Baxter.
Right.
And if I remember correctly, it was either Baxter's injury or the Clark injury. The news broke while I was at Kalika Lockett's commitment ceremony. And I mean, we already knew he was going to Texas. We had commitment quotes, but he was like, man, fuck, Baxter got hurt or whatever. And everyone's like, oh, you haven't committed yet, have you? And he was like, shh. So that part was funny. And then he FaceTimed Chris Jackson and got an NCAA violation.
Yeah.
But sorry, my bad. Christian Clark.
So Aaron Thomas, 6'6" offensive tackle, same high school as Christian Clark. And that was just a little bit under 2 years ago when Texas added him. So we know the connection is there between the staff and that Mountain Point coaching staff. Texas seems to be very interested here. It seems like they're adding as many offensive tackles to the sport as they can, because they know that not a single name on that board is going to be easy to get. And there's not even one where I think they feel extremely confident. So it brings you to Aaron Thomas. He picked up a Florida State offer a couple weeks ago. That's where his dad played. He'll be headed up there for an official visit. He has other plans to see A&M and to see Arkansas and to see one other school. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. And he did go to Washington about 2 weeks ago on an official visit. So Texas is like I said, pushing really hard for a visit here. He'll have to switch one of his, very likely have to switch one of his visits if he wants to get to Texas. I do think there's a potential for a midweek here, because we know that Derek Cooper, who's one of the nation's top two-way prospects, could play running back, could play linebacker. We know that he'll likely be on a midweek official visit to Texas based on what he recently canceled. Actually, while he was on campus at Texas for an unofficial during Fan Day, he announced that he had canceled an official visit to Penn State. And that was, as I said, that's why I think it's going to be a midweek. because that is the date that is now open. So unless he does some more shuffling around, I would imagine we would see Derek Cooper. I believe it's like the 17th through the 19th. And then we could very well see Aaron Thomas that same week. That is the only player out of the offers from this week that I've talked to. There are a few other 26 ones. Carson Baker, a high 3-star running back out of Georgia, Langston Hughes High School there, which has developed a lot of Power 4 talent, a lot of SEC talent in recent years. We have talked about this running back board so much, Jordan. I mean, it seems like twice a week we're doing a full breakdown of what's going on. And a lot of that's been because of, Shard Choice leaving. I think if Choice was still here, Texas might already have a commitment from Javian Osborne at this point. And
I fully believe they would.
Yeah. I mean, I think the same thing. I think Javian Osborne's already part of this class. And I think maybe KJ Edwards is ready to go ahead and jump the gun at this point, knowing that there is only one spot left. Now that we know that the board is KJ Edwards and everyone else, that's what it is. That's what it has been for the last 2 months now. There hasn't been as much pressure on him. He's sticking firm with that August 2nd commitment date. So then that leaves us with the field. And now Carson Baker's added to that field. That's another one where I've seen that he could be, making his way to Texas pretty soon. At this point, it's going to be for an official visit. It just doesn't seem very likely that someone's going to come up for, an unofficial a couple weeks before they come back up. But I would understand if that does happen, just because you want to see, especially if you're going to commit in the summer, you'd like to see a school more than once, and you'd like to get more than just the official visit treatment, because that is not a fair representation of what your life will be like when you're a student. Not that it's a bad thing at all, but it's just not. They bring out the red carpet, and you learn pretty quickly that once you move to a college campus, you're not getting that red carpet anymore. So will be interesting to see what happens with Baker. Will be very interesting to see what happens with Aaron Thomas, someone that's not, a blue chip recruit, but has a ton of upside and has the frame and could really morph into someone that fits the build if, what Texas is looking for. They haven't had, in the Sark tenure, how many 6'6" offensive tackles have there been?
Cam Williams, I think, was 6'6" or 6'7" at the combine. Christian Jones, I think, was like 6'5", maybe 6'6". Kelvin Banks was under 6'6" at the combine. I think he was like 6'4", 6'5". Gooseby is 6'6" or taller. Kojo's 6'6" or taller. Brandon Baker's like 6'3". Yeah, pretty much it. Those are all the offensive tackle starters of the Sark era, because one of them was Kelvin on the other side. Or actually, no, I'm forgetting the 2021 guys who was starting at tackle that year. That's a very easy year to forget in a year.
Yeah, I was going to say, I couldn't tell you many names on the roster at all.
Hey, you want 3 random alumni from Langston Hughes, the same school Carson Baker attends. Aaron Noland, the 4-star quarterback a few cycles ago, signed with Ohio State. And then after they got Julian Sand, writing was on the wall, transferred. He's now South Carolina's quarterback after Lenore Sellers leaves, which is like sneakily one of the savviest moves of the entire offseason for South Carolina.
And Lenore Sellers could be out of there after this year. So
I think the expectation is he is out of there after this year too, in Columbia. Other Sergio Kitchens, better known as his stage name Gunna, the rapper, and then DeAndre Walker, former Georgia running back. I think I got that right. Yeah. Or linebacker, Georgia linebacker. I messed that up. But, hey, Carson Baker, he's got track speed, 10.65. I think that's actually the fastest 100-meter time amongst the entire running back board. So, like that, but I need to dive into the player more to speak on him.
And then one more guy where Texas was out to see him this week. This one happened today, actually. I believe it was Pete Kwiatkowski. Or actually, it was Johnny Nansen. He did what none of us would ever dare do, and he took a recruiting trip out to Hawaii. There are some perks that come along with being a college coach, and one of them is you can just take a trip on Wednesday to Hawaii. And Johnny Nansen out there to see Talanoa Ili, high 4-star linebacker, one of the top guys on the Texas board. Not someone where there's been a ton of buzz, but also it's hard to get, momentum with players from Hawaii unless you're one of those West Coast schools, because you have very limited opportunities to see them, and they have even more limited opportunities to see you. So, very likely, in these West, in these Hawaii recruitments, they do often end up at West Coast schools. A lot of USC, a lot of Washington, a lot of Oregon.
Or BYU.
BYU, yeah, I can't think of one where Texas has signed someone out of Hawaii. And that's not a slight on the program at all, and it wouldn't be a slight on any program, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, any of them, because it's hard. It is the hardest state to recruit. I guess Alaska would be a little bit tougher, but no one comes out of Alaska.
Yeah, and the only one I know of grew up in Texas.
And he didn't stay there. Yeah. So we'll have to see about that. Yeah. A lot of 2027 offers, about 2027 offers have gone out through the last few days. A lot through the West Coast, a lot through Alabama.
Want to talk about Talanoa Ely a little bit. Going to be at UCLA this weekend, and then BYU at the end of the month. After that, his official visit schedules in this order: OU, then Notre Dame, then Texas, then USC, then Oregon. Oregon has been the long time kind of the school with the long time buzz here. USC's picked up some buzz in the last few weeks. And to be honest with you, I fully expect it to come down to one of those two. NIL is going to be extremely important in this recruitment, like extremely important, if you get what I'm saying. And he's pretty much LB1 for both Oregon and USC at this point, at least on the uncommitted board. Not sure if he's made it to Texas in the past. If he has, it's been, I think, once. So the OV, they'll need to kind of hit it out of the park to really put themselves on that level with Oregon and USC, along with a very good NIL offer, because Oregon and USC will have that. Yes, he's back in Hawaii now. That's where he grew up. That's where he's from. But actually played his freshman, sophomore, and junior season at Orange Lutheran in Orange, California, Los Angeles area. Also the same high school that Sam Utu, the Texas kind of offensive line swing target, guard, tackle target. He's also taking an official visit. But with Ely, when he was, in the LA area, he made it down to USC all the time. He made it up to Oregon all the time. Those visits are a lot harder when there's the Pacific Ocean in the way. And especially if he has to not only fly across the Pacific Ocean, but the West Coast and make it all the way down to Austin, or in Oklahoma or Notre Dame. So I kind of struggle to see Texas winning out here, at least at this point. We've seen bigger shockers before, but pretty much everyone you talk to around this one thinks it's Oregon or USC. So until then, that's kind of what we'll be under the impression of. Any 27 or 28 offers you want to talk about?
Not a ton, maybe a couple from the state of Alabama, where, Texas would have to do a lot of work. But I think a really just a phenomenal prospect is Jabarius Gare out of Mobile. He's been committed to Alabama. He was the first guy to commit to their 2027 class. But as a sophomore, 104 tackles, 56 for a loss.
Yeah, he had like 20-plus sacks, right?
22 and a half sacks.
Yeah.
So, this is someone that – and I know when you're a fan of Texas football, then you know the difference in Texas high school football and any other state. Alabama, produces some great talent all across the board, but really in the trenches, defensive line, offensive line, seems like there's been, even more the last few years. So he's not playing schmucks on the other side. That being said, 22 and a half sacks is, incredibly hard to do, regardless of what class, what year you are. As a sophomore, it's absolutely insane. So we would really like to see what Texas can do with him. Donovan Moore out of Hueyton, Alabama is another one. And there were a few, they just went down the list in California and said, who haven't we offered yet? Mainly from the LA area, who were the top ranked guys. They offered Honor Falave. I'm sure I just butchered that. Falave Johnson out of the San Diego area. He will probably emerge as the nation's top safety within the next few months here. Took a look at the tape. Think this is one that fits really well at Texas. I think
it's 27 or 28.
27. Yes, 27.
Hey, don't sleep on my boy Eli Johnson.
Eli Johnson. We'll see. Cooper Witten has a linebacker rating now, doesn't he?
Yeah, and if he doesn't, he eventually will.
Right.
Jaquan Snell, Eli Johnson, Devontre Kirkland. Those are pretty much the top in-state safeties in 2027. Hey, also forgot to mention, found myself a sleeper. There's a kid at Brennan that I saw in that BAM workout session that he's like 6'2", with like +7 wing, has varsity track stuff that's good and varsity basketball stuff that's good. His only offer, UTSA, and they offered him like last week. And he's played on varsity for Brennan since his sophomore year. It kind of blows my mind how long it takes some of these kids to get recruited, especially when they're in your backyard with UTSA. It's not like they're hiding him. I've seen UTSA try to hide kids in the past. It has never worked, not once. And that's not what they're trying to do with him. But one guy I want to talk about that I forgot to, at Weiss, Trey Moore, the 2027 receiver, currently ranked by 24/7 Sports as the #1 receiver prospect in the state of Texas. Well-deserved. This is a kid I've liked a lot for quite some time. About 6'2.5", 6'3", 190, 195, long arms. I guess the laziest way to describe him as a receiver is a possession receiver. But, I mean, he's athletic, can go up and get it, run after the catch too. Has pretty much every offer in America except like Notre Dame, USC, and Ohio State. But we'll probably get those 3. He's camping at Ohio State in early June. Think he's going to get out to USC also for a visit in June. And as far as, where the recruitment stands right now, he's a 27, so there is some time to go. But I do think the order of where things stand, A&M or Texas, put either one at 1 or 2, and then at 3 is Alabama. It is important to remember his father was Oklahoma's starting quarterback in the late 90s, Eric Moore. His mother played volleyball at Alabama. That's kind of the Crimson Tides connection. And then he has 2 older brothers. One's a running back at Oklahoma Baptist, one of the stronger D2 programs in the country. And then the other brother is a shooting guard at Oral Roberts University in Tulsa. If you remember those March Madness Cinderellas from a few years ago. But Trey Moore, just phenomenal kid. Both his parents were obviously athletes and now work in a church. One of the sweetest kids you'll meet. Super nice. A great way of how he's approached his recruitment from the stuff I've heard from coaches at Weiss, the stuff I've heard from him. He will be very successful regardless of where he goes. And I also think he's going to rise in the rankings. But one thing I thought was interesting, checking around Weiss asked, like, where is kind of OU in this? They took longer to offer than you'd think with him being a legacy. And I mean, he's visited several times. Kind of, where are they? You didn't mention them with A&M, Texas, and Alabama. And basically, what I've collected or put together is like, unless there's a staff change in Norman, which I do think is likely, unless there's a staff change in Norman, they're not really going to seriously consider Oklahoma, I think. So we'll kind of see how this season with the Sooners affects things. And I mean, yeah, that's kind of the latest there with Trey Moore. Visited Texas twice in April for practices, by the way. And Chris Jackson also went out to see him in practice last week. So been pretty consistently in touch with the Longhorns.
Yeah. I like that you brought up Oklahoma. That kind of segues us into the conversation that I had yesterday and some of you were watching for with Blanket Koviak. Talking about a little bit of Texas and Oklahoma recruiting, who they see as the top guys in this class, and kind of what the message has been from the recruits about, that talk of how many games is it going to take. Felix Ojo will be one of the top guys just because he's going to be one of the top guys at any school that's recruiting him. Alshore Miles is another one where, Blake feels like they will continue to recruit him, and I think Texas will do the same. Texas has a lot more ground to make up than Oklahoma does. They already had an official visit scheduled, and they were considered the leader before he committed to SMU. So there's a few guys, a lot in the 27 class, and we'll see which way they end up going. because there's less and less battles every year. It seems like Texas is in more battles with Ohio State and Oregon than they are with Oklahoma at this point. So would be looking forward to seeing how many guys actually end up officially visiting both Texas and Oklahoma. I think at this point there's about 6 that are scheduled. Not a ton who I think Texas or Oklahoma feels extremely confident about. Jake Krull is maybe the one where there's a ton of interest on both sides. But I think he leans much more to Oklahoma than he does to Texas. So, and really enjoyed having Blake on yesterday. He talked about, what the expectation is just generally around Norman. And that 6 or 7 games will not take it. 8 is kind of the floor for that Brent Venables staff to stay there. And running into Michigan in week 3 or week 2 is going to be, it's going to be the biggest game of Brent Venables' career. I mean, that's all there is to it. It's the biggest game of John Mateer's career. Having Michigan in there with what could be a true freshman starting quarterback in Bryce Underwood, you're in Norman. You have this replenished roster. You have a quarterback. You have a running back, and now you have your wide receivers. This is a game to set the tone for the rest of the season, and can't wait to see it.
Yeah. The Venables and the whole situation with OU will be very interesting because, I'm disagreeing with a lot of stuff they're doing in recruiting right now, but the guy that is organizing that is Jim Nagy, whatever it is, who they hired from the Reese's Senior Bowl. Thing is, if Brent Venables and that staff gets canned in November or December, Nagy's still coming back.
Yeah.
So, but with what they're doing right now, it doesn't matter who the fucking coach is, Nick Saban. If you're going to recruit that way, you're not going to win, especially if you have less NIL money than everyone else in the region you're trying to compete with for the same kids. So, curious what the new car smell will look like if/when there's a new Oklahoma staff there, especially because these high school recruits barely watch any college football. Outside of when they're at the games on visits, very few of these guys ever actually tune into college football or started tuning into college football before before they started getting recruited. Usually the earliest sophomore year of high school, sometimes freshman year. But man, you got to think, if they have a new staff in there, very few kids these days actually remember how cool Oklahoma was with Lincoln Riley or the offense. And yes, those trophy cases, and we've had more All-Americans, more wins, more first-round draft picks. That shit is super impressive, along with the fact they're an SEC team. But none of those trophies, Heisman's, nothing means anything when the new staff is pitching that to kids, and there's been a staff between the staff that won all those trophies and them. So very curious, how Oklahoma is just going to do in this modern era of NIL, the portal, and recruiting, especially if they have a new staff, but Nagy comes back and they do the same stuff. And then go ahead.
It's the Nebraska conundrum. That's kind of what Oklahoma has right now. Of we have all this success. Look at everything we did. Look at all these trophies. Well, when you're in Nebraska, Matt Rule didn't do that, and when you're Oklahoma, Brent Venables didn't do that, and Lincoln Riley didn't even do a lot of it. It was it was Stoops for the most part. So you have this deal where it's you're selling me on a culture that may no longer exist here. And I think that's going to be kind of the hardest thing. It's been the hardest thing for Oklahoma to overcome over the last couple of years. You want to mix the culture, the very deep and successful culture that Oklahoma has, with this Dabo Swinney type culture. They're both great in their own right. They don't really match together well.
They don't.
And when you try to mix two things in college football, it doesn't work out. So if they can get back to their roots, if they can decide which way they want to go with here, if Brent Venables wants to say, I'm not the coach of Oklahoma, I'm Brent Venables, and here's what I've done. I think that's would be a very fair thing to say if he says, I'm not Brent Venables, I'm the coach of Oklahoma, and look what Oklahoma's done. I think that's also a very fair way to go about this. But they have had to decide for the last 2 years, and they haven't done it. So this is the most important class for them. They're going into the most important season of their tenure. And it would be nice to see them make a change in how they present themselves.
Yeah. One thing, two things I want to talk about before I get out of here. There's a Power 4 receiver coach at Alito this morning that I talked to for some of the practice. not Chris Jackson. He went last week and is coming next week. But in talking to this guy, the school he works at has not offered Aljor Miles, but they like him. And they've liked him. And he kind of got on their radar a month or two ago, looking at offering him. We're going to go watch him practice this week when in DFW. And then he committed to SMU last weekend. And they're just not even going to go see him practice or even make an attempt to flip him. And the kid committed to SMU. It's not like it was LSU or Texas.
Yeah.
Right? So, I thought that was kind of crazy because it's like you're going to give up that easy and not even, like, shoot your shot. But, I mean, hey, I don't know. I kind of get it, but it's so different than Texas, because – think about Aljor Miles. He went on record like 1,000 times saying, I'm a June or July commitment. Commits on this SMU OV. Very easy to assume what happens, right? Or what happened. And that's what that school was assuming what happened. And they don't want anything to do with those types of guys. Where with Texas, like, hey, we have a culture in our locker room to make it work. We're going to take this guy and take the risk because the talent is too much to pass. Think of all the people that were committed to a school before Texas even offered them. Phil Simi, or even Aaron Gregory. Aaron Gregory committed to A&M in his junior season, So, like that being said, they're not going to throw in the towel on those guys, and other schools might. Another thing I want to bring up, while I was at the Lake Ridge yesterday, Power 4 defensive coordinator was there. And we were kind of just, running through some linebacker stuff. It wasn't Nansen because Nansen is in Hawaii, as you can tell. But he had asked me, like, what is Texas's outlook for linebacker? And I'm like, probably 3 guys, but they would take as many as 4 depending on what it is. And he was like, really? Like, they're going to budget it that way? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, why wouldn't they just do 2 high school and 1 transfer, 2 high school, 2 transfer, or what? And I was like, yeah, I get you, but that's kind of the strategy they've done. And he's like, well, it's just like, what does that budget look like? Because that is the way Power 4 coaches are looking at this. They only have so much money to use each year, and you have to break it down like, all right, we'll get 2 higher floor guys that are less coveted for kind of a discount because we're Texas. We have this logo, this record of development. And then we're going to go drop a bag on an out-of-state kid to make sure we get them. And one kid might have 50% of the linebacker budget. The other kid's at 25% each. So just always find that stuff super fascinating to think about and break it down that way because I don't think many people do. But yeah, really enjoyed catching up with him and just thought that was an interesting thing and something I wanted to talk about. Anything you want to hit on before we get out of here?
No, because I can't talk hoops today. I just now saw that the Knicks won last night, and saw that it was a comeback. So we'll have to talk about that next week, and I'll be checking in from the crib, from the hometown next time you see me on Tuesday. So Jordan and I will both be out there, be hitting some of the same spots, some different spots. So should be another exciting week in recruiting.
Yes, sir. Well, we're going to get out of here. Going to kick it over to the Midday Mashup on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. It'll be our friends at 3rd and Longhorn chopping it up with some Texas baseball legends at the dish. So go check that out. Very curious what that set looks like. But Texas Sports Unfiltered, audio only. So, you can listen to it, maybe picture the set. And then back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And we'll see you on Tuesday. I'll see you tomorrow with Nick Harris. So tune in. Everyone who tuned in today, Naaman Roberts, CB, Jake Bayless, Longhorn Bear, the whole gang, Doza. We appreciate y'all and everyone on podcast platforms or listening only. Appreciate you too. Thanks for helping support. And y'all have a great Thursday. We're out of here.